History does not always arrive with a trumpet blast. Sometimes it slips quietly into the bloodstream of nations, unnoticed at first, yet altering everything it touches. When we look back across the 20th century, we are drawn to the great wars, the public speeches, the televised revolutions. But beneath the surface, in rooms without windows and corridors where secrets lived, another kind of history was unfolding. It was a history of plans written in invisible ink, of power exercised without consent, of governments rising and falling without their peoples knowing why. This was the age of the Central Intelligence Agency, born in the aftermath of World War II. On the surface, the United States presented itself as a champion of democracy, the defender of liberty against tyranny. But behind that shining image, another truth took shape. The CIA was conceived not merely to gather information but to act upon it. From the start, it was an organization that blurred the line between knowing and doing, between watching and intervening. Its officers believed that shadows were more powerful than armies, that secrecy was sharper than any blade. The Cold War became its stage. To Americans at home, it was a time of prosperity and optimism, suburban lawns and television glow. But in the halls of Washington, fear was the constant drumbeat. Fear that the Soviet Union would spread its ideology like wildfire. Fear that newly independent nations would slip from the Western orbit. Fear that democracy itself was too fragile, too unpredictable, to trust in the global chessboard. Every workers' strike, every student protest, every election won by a reformist candidate was seen not in local context, but in the grand binary struggle of communism versus capitalism. It was in this atmosphere that covert action became the favored instrument of policy. Instead of deploying divisions of soldiers, America could use a handful of men, a suitcase of cash, a network of contacts, and topple a government without a single star-spangled banner raised. It was, on paper, cheaper, cleaner, deniable. But in practice, it was brutal, leaving nations in ruin and societies scarred. When the archives slowly opened, when old men spoke at last of what they had done, the pattern revealed itself. A pattern of assassinations planned and sometimes carried out, of leaders branded as enemies not because they were tyrants, but because they dared to assert independence. A pattern of elections overturned, coups ignited, wars prolonged. It is this hidden history we now enter, a journey through the quiet corridors where decisions were made, and through the bloodied streets where those decisions found their consequence. It begins with oil. So much of the 20th century begins with oil. Beneath the earth of Iran lay rivers of black gold, ancient and patient, waiting to be tapped. And when the drills sank deep, when the machines groaned and the oil flowed, it seemed as though a new age had come. But the wealth of that age did not belong to the people who lived above the soil. It was siphoned away, carried to the ports, carried across the sea, carried to Britain, where it filled the coffers of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. For decades, Iranians watched their treasure slip away. The oil built warships for the British Navy. It lit lamps in London homes. It paid salaries in offices along the Thames. But in Tehran, in Isfahan, in Shiraz, the people remained poor. Workers in the oil fields toiled under a punishing sun, their wages meager, their lives precarious. The sight of foreign engineers living in comfort, dining in shaded verandas while Iranian laborers sweated in the dust, was a wound that never healed. Into this world stepped Mohammad Mossadegh. A man of contradictions, he was both aristocrat and populist, frail in body but fierce in spirit. Born into privilege, educated in Paris and Switzerland, he carried himself with dignity and refinement, yet spoke with a voice that seemed to echo the frustrations of the common Iranian. His body was often weak, he suffered fainting spells, he wept easily, he delivered speeches while lying in bed. But his mind was sharp, and his conviction unwavering. He believed in one simple principle, that the resources of Iran belonged to Iranians. When he rose to the office of Prime Minister in 1951, he brought that principle into action. With trembling hands but resolute heart, Mossadegh declared the nationalization of the oil industry. The Anglo-Iranian Oil Company would no longer drain Iran's lifeblood. The oil would flow, yes, but its wealth would remain in Iranian hands. For the first time in modern memory, Iranians believed they might be masters of their own destiny. The reaction was electric. Crowds gathered in the streets of Tehran, shouting his name. His portrait appeared in shop windows, in homes, in the bazaars where merchants praised him to customers. National pride surged. For once, it seemed as though history had bent toward justice. But justice in one land was injustice in another. Across the sea, in Britain, Mossadegh's move was seen as nothing less than robbery. The Anglo-Iranian Oil Company was not just an enterprise, it was a pillar of Britain's post-war survival. It provided revenue for the government, fuel for the navy, dividends for shareholders. To lose it was to lose the crown jewel of empire's fading glory. Winston Churchill, then Prime Minister once again, fumed with indignation. He called Mossadegh a lunatic, a thief, a menace. He vowed that Britain would not let this affront stand. At first, Britain sought to act alone. It plotted, it schemed, it applied pressure through the United Nations, it imposed a blockade to strangle Iran's oil exports. But Mossadegh held firm, and the Iranian people rallied behind him. Britain found itself isolated, weakened, its grip slipping. And so it turned to its ally across the Atlantic. In Washington, the climate was tense. The Cold War was intensifying. Korea had been torn apart in conflict. The fear of communism seeped into every policy discussion. To the American ear, Britain's plea carried a familiar tune. Mossadegh, they claimed, was not merely a nationalist, he was leaning toward the Soviets. Perhaps he would invite Moscow into Tehran. Perhaps Iran, perched at the crossroads of Asia, would become a red domino. And so, the alarm was sounded. Dwight D. Eisenhower, newly elected president, listened. His Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, and his brother, CIA Director Allen Dulles, pressed the case. This was not simply about oil. This was about the global struggle between freedom and communism. And if Mossadegh were allowed to succeed, the precedent would spread like fire. Other nations might nationalize resources, might resist Western corporations, might look to Moscow for support. The Dulles brothers did not see Mossadegh as a nationalist dreamer, they saw him as the thin edge of a dangerous wedge. The decision was made. The CIA would act. Operation Ajax was born. It was the CIA's first grand attempt at regime change, the first time it would learn to topple a government not with armies, but with money, lies, and manipulation. The architect on the ground was Kermit Roosevelt, grandson of President Theodore Roosevelt. Kermit, a man of aristocratic bearing and sly intelligence, was dispatched to Tehran to orchestrate the coup. His weapons were not tanks, but bribes. His soldiers were not Marines, but editors, clerics, and street thugs. The plan unfolded slowly, like ink spreading through water. Newspapers, once sympathetic to Mossadegh, began printing articles denouncing him. Editorials warned of chaos, instability, and communist infiltration. Pamphlets circulated in mosques, urging the faithful to resist Mossadegh's secularism. Clerics whispered that he was leading the nation astray. Meanwhile, CIA money flowed into the pockets of politicians willing to switch loyalties, and into the hands of gang leaders who could summon mobs into the streets. Tehran became a city of uncertainty. One day, crowds marched in support of Mossadegh. The next, other crowds, sometimes the same men, paid differently, marched against him. The air was thick with rumors, with shouts, with the shifting tides of public sentiment. The people were not always sure what they believed, but they felt the unease. Something was unraveling. Yet Mossadegh remained resilient. He sought to rally his people, to defend his vision of independence. He was not naive, he suspected plots, he knew foreign hands were moving against him. At one point, he dissolved the parliament, seeking to rule by emergency decree. To his critics, this looked like dictatorship. To his supporters, it was necessity. Either way, the ground beneath him was beginning to crack. In early August 1953, the first attempt at a coup was launched. The Shah, timid and reluctant, issued a decree dismissing Mossadegh. Under pressure from the CIA, loyalists moved to arrest him. But Mossadegh, warned in advance, rallied his supporters and foiled the plan. The Shah panicked, fled the country in humiliation, flying first to Baghdad, then to Rome. The coup seemed a failure. CIA officers prepared to flee as well. It appeared Mossadegh had survived. But Kermit Roosevelt did not leave. He stayed in Tehran, moving quietly, refusing to give up. In his memoir, he would later write of those tense days, of the sense that history itself was suspended in the balance. He called upon his network, spread more money, bribed more generals, stirred more unrest. He understood that chaos itself was a weapon. If he could make the streets ungovernable, the army would turn. And so, a second attempt was launched. On August 19, 1953, the city erupted. Mobs surged through the streets. Some were genuinely discontent, weary of shortages, fearful of communism. Others were orchestrated, paid to shout slogans, paid to smash windows, paid to march where they were told. Pro- and anti-Mossadegh forces clashed in the open, fists and knives flashing. The sound of gunfire echoed. Tanks rolled into the city, their guns turning toward Mossadegh's residence. Inside his house, Mossadegh sat with his advisors, his options dwindling. The army was splitting. Officers who had once pledged loyalty were now wavering, their pockets fattened by foreign gold. As the hours passed, the tide turned against him. Soldiers stormed his compound. Windows shattered. Walls trembled. And the frail old man who had dared to challenge empires was taken into custody. The coup was complete. In its aftermath, the Shah returned to Iran, greeted not with humiliation but with triumph. Though timid by nature, he would rule now with absolute authority, backed by the power of the United States. The oil industry was divided once again between Western corporations. Iran's dream of independence was deferred, its pride wounded. Mossadegh was tried for treason. Before the court, he defended himself with dignity, declaring that his only crime was to resist foreign exploitation. But his words fell into silence. He was sentenced to prison, later confined to house arrest in his village, where he lived out his final years, a lonely figure fading into history. For the CIA, however, Operation Ajax was a victory, a triumph that would become a model. Here was proof that a government could be toppled without a single American soldier, toppled through covert means, toppled through shadows. The appetite was whetted. The machinery of coups and assassinations was born. And yet, in the quiet aftermath, seeds of resentment were sown. For though the coup seemed a success, it left scars upon Iran's soul. The people who had once cheered Mossadegh did not forget his fall. They did not forget the manipulation, the betrayal, the humiliation. Decades later, those memories would ignite again, in another revolution, in another storm. But that lay in the future. In 1953, all that mattered was that the first domino had fallen. The CIA had tested its hand and found its power. And the shadows lengthened across the globe. The days leading to the coup were filled with an uneasy silence that seemed to stretch over Tehran like a veil. The bazaars buzzed as always, merchants calling out to passing customers, carpets unfurled, spices glowing like jewels in the dim light, but beneath the surface of daily life there was a tremor. People whispered in corners, eyes darting toward strangers, never quite certain who might be listening. Was the man standing beside the tea house door simply another weary worker, or was he an informant, a thug paid by unseen hands? In that atmosphere, suspicion itself became a form of currency. Mossadegh himself embodied this strange duality of fragility and strength. In his home, he often received visitors while lying in bed, pale and thin beneath his blankets, his voice rising and falling with emotion. At times, he would burst into tears when speaking of Iran's suffering, his sincerity disarming even his critics. At other times, he would launch into long, detailed arguments, displaying the mind of a lawyer trained in Europe, precise and unyielding. For many Iranians, his eccentricities made him all the more endearing. He was not a distant figure cloaked in pomp, he was human, flawed, yet deeply devoted to the cause of independence. The CIA, however, saw these traits as weaknesses to exploit. They spread rumors that Mossadegh was unstable, that his tears were signs of madness, that his illness made him unfit to govern. Each article planted in the press, each whispered rumor in the marketplace, chipped away at his image. It was not enough to defeat Mossadegh politically, he had to be undermined psychologically in the eyes of his people. This was the essence of Operation Ajax, not merely to overthrow a man, but to rewrite the story of who he was. Kermit Roosevelt worked tirelessly from his hidden base of operations. He stayed in the house of an American friend, meeting with Iranian contacts in dimly lit rooms, the curtains drawn tight. He carried bags of cash, distributing them like seeds, each bribe another step in the cultivation of chaos. Officers in the army, journalists in the press, imams in mosques, gang leaders in the slums, all were drawn into his web. Roosevelt understood that Tehran was not only a city of stone and dust but of influence, and influence could be bought. One of his most effective tools was the manipulation of crowds. A mob could be summoned with astonishing speed, appearing in the streets like a storm cloud rolling in. Some came willingly, drawn by ideology or anger. Others came because they were paid, because they were promised food, because a man with a heavy hand and harder eyes told them they must. To the ordinary observer, it looked as if the streets themselves were turning against Mossadegh. But behind the shouting faces, the raised fists, was an invisible hand, the hand of the CIA. The first coup attempt, launched on the night of August 15, was clumsy, almost farcical. A royal decree dismissing Mossadegh was carried by officers to his home, but word had reached the Prime Minister in advance. His loyal guards surrounded the residence, and when the conspirators arrived, they were arrested. Mossadegh, though shaken, felt vindicated. He believed the Shah's cowardice and foreign meddling had been exposed. The Shah, meanwhile, fled in panic, his private plane carrying him away into exile. For a brief moment, it seemed the danger had passed. In those days, the mood in Tehran swung wildly. Supporters of Mossadegh celebrated in the streets, believing that the attempt had been crushed for good. Newspapers sympathetic to him declared victory, writing that the nation had defended its sovereignty. And yet, beneath the celebrations, the machinery of Operation Ajax continued to hum quietly. Roosevelt had not given up. He met with his contacts, reassured them, pressed more money into their hands. The first failure did not deter him, it taught him. He understood that coups were not single strikes but processes, and that patience was as powerful as any weapon. On August 16, the city was restless. Rumors spread like smoke, that Mossadegh was consolidating power, that the army was wavering, that the Shah might return, that communists were preparing to seize control. Every whisper fed the tension. On August 17, pro-Mossadegh crowds poured into the streets, showing their loyalty. Yet by the following day, those same streets saw anti-Mossadegh demonstrators, this time more violent, more organized. Shops were looted, statues defaced, gunfire cracked in the air. The sense of stability frayed. Ordinary families stayed inside, locking their doors, peering anxiously from behind shutters. August 19 was the turning point. At dawn, the city was eerily still, as if holding its breath. Then the first groups appeared, shouting slogans against Mossadegh. They were joined by others, emboldened by the sight of numbers, by the rumors that the army was moving, by the fear that not joining might mark them as targets. By mid-morning, thousands filled the streets. Some carried weapons, others carried stones. Military trucks appeared, some loyal to Mossadegh, others wavering, their officers uncertain where allegiance truly lay. Mossadegh attempted to restore order. He addressed his supporters, urging them to remain calm, to resist provocation. But calmness is fragile in the face of fear. As the hours passed, clashes erupted. Windows shattered, fires broke out, bodies fell. The army, sensing the shifting tide, began to turn. Units that had once sworn loyalty to Mossadegh now joined the demonstrators. Tanks rumbled toward his residence, their engines growling, their barrels pointing ominously at the gates. Inside, Mossadegh's household was in turmoil. Advisors argued, some pleading with him to flee, others urging him to resist. Mossadegh himself remained dignified, even serene in the face of the storm. He believed he had acted justly, and that history, if not the present, would vindicate him. But conviction is not armor. As the soldiers stormed the compound, breaking through defenses, Mossadegh surrendered. His fate was sealed. The streets of Tehran erupted in triumph, or at least, what looked like triumph. Supporters of the Shah cheered, waving flags, shouting slogans. But beneath the surface, there was confusion. Many ordinary Iranians did not know what had truly happened, did not understand the invisible strings that had pulled their city into chaos. They saw only the result: Mossadegh was gone, the Shah was restored, and foreign powers had once again shaped their destiny. In the weeks that followed, Mossadegh was put on trial. Cameras recorded his pale figure standing before the judges, his voice steady, his defense unwavering. He declared that his only crime was to defend the sovereignty of his nation. He refused to beg for mercy, refused to recant his actions. The court, unmoved, sentenced him to 3 years in prison, followed by house arrest for life. He would live out his remaining years in his village, surrounded not by the crowds who once adored him, but by silence. The Shah, returned to power, grew more confident. At first hesitant, he came to rely on the secret police, the SAVAK, trained and supported by the CIA, to maintain his rule. Opposition was crushed, dissent silenced. The oil industry, once nationalized, was divided among foreign companies: British, American, Dutch, French. Iran's dream of independence was smothered under the weight of foreign contracts and authoritarian control. For the CIA, the coup was a triumph, a proof of concept. Allen Dulles hailed it as a victory for freedom. Kermit Roosevelt returned to Washington as a hero within the agency. Operation Ajax became the template for future coups, in Guatemala, in Chile, in countless other places where nationalism collided with Western interests. The lesson was clear: with enough money, enough manipulation, enough shadows, any government could be brought down. Yet in the quiet corners of Iran, resentment simmered. Ordinary Iranians remembered Mossadegh not as a traitor, but as a patriot betrayed. They whispered his name in defiance, taught their children of his courage. And in the decades to come, those whispers would swell into shouts, into chants that would fill the streets once more. The revolution of 1979, which toppled the Shah and transformed Iran forever, carried within it the memory of 1953. The coup was not merely a single event, it was a wound that bled for generations. As night fell on August 19, 1953, Tehran lay in uneasy silence. Smoke drifted above the rooftops. Broken glass crunched beneath footsteps. The city had changed, though few yet grasped the magnitude of what had occurred. In hidden rooms, CIA officers congratulated one another. In palaces, the Shah basked in his restored throne. And in a quiet cell, Mossadegh sat alone, reflecting on the fragile dream of independence. The first domino had fallen. The story of Guatemala does not begin with guns, or planes, or secret operatives slipping across borders. It begins with fruit. Bananas, sweet and curved, shipped in crates across oceans, stacked in markets, peeled and eaten without a thought. For most of the world, the banana is simple, a breakfast fruit, a symbol of tropical abundance. But in Guatemala, bananas were chains. Behind their yellow skins lay the story of empire, of land, of dispossession. For decades, the United Fruit Company, an American corporation, had controlled vast swaths of Guatemala. It owned the railroads, the ports, the plantations. It owned the very veins of the country. The company was so powerful that Guatemalans jokingly called their homeland a banana republic, a nation not governed by its people but by the interests of a foreign fruit company. Wages were low, conditions harsh, land scarce. A few families owned immense estates, while the peasants who tilled the soil remained landless, their hands rough and their stomachs empty. Into this landscape stepped Jacobo Arbenz. Born to a Swiss father and Guatemalan mother, Arbenz was a soldier by training, a man of discipline and precision. But he was also a dreamer. He believed Guatemala could be more than a plantation for foreign profit. He believed it could be a sovereign nation, modern and just. When he became president in 1951, he carried with him a vision that seemed radical only because the injustice it sought to correct was so deep. His plan was simple, almost modest: land reform. Vast estates, left idle by wealthy landlords, would be broken up. The unused land would be distributed to peasants who had none, giving them a chance to work for themselves, to feed their families, to claim dignity. Compensation would be paid to the owners, based on the value they themselves had declared for tax purposes. Arbenz did not dream of expropriation without fairness. He dreamed of balance, of progress, of lifting Guatemala from the grip of poverty. The peasants responded with joy. In villages across the countryside, families received plots of land. For the first time, they planted not as tenants but as owners. For the first time, they reaped with pride. Children laughed in the fields as parents tilled soil that now belonged to them. It was a small revolution, bloodless, rooted not in violence but in hope. But to the United Fruit Company, Arbenz's dream was a nightmare. The company owned more land than any other entity in Guatemala, much of it uncultivated, held only as speculation. When Arbenz's reforms touched this land, United Fruit howled. The compensation offered was based on the low values the company had reported to minimize taxes. Now those numbers came back to haunt them. They demanded more, much more, and when the government refused, they turned to Washington. United Fruit was not merely a company. It was a force intertwined with American politics. Its directors sat in Washington drawing rooms, its lobbyists whispered in congressional ears, its influence flowed through society like an unseen current. The company hired public relations men to shape the narrative, painting Arbenz not as a reformer but as a communist. The Cold War had given birth to a convenient lexicon: any leader who challenged foreign corporations, any leader who sought sovereignty, could be branded a red menace. In the offices of the CIA, this framing took root. John Foster Dulles, the Secretary of State, had once worked for a law firm that represented United Fruit. His brother, Allen Dulles, the CIA director, had sat on its board. The ties were intimate, woven from money and loyalty. When reports reached them that Arbenz was redistributing land, they did not see justice. They saw communism. The decision was swift. Arbenz would not be allowed to stand. A plan was devised, codenamed Operation Success. It would be the blueprint perfected in Iran, now applied to Latin America. The CIA would train and equip a force to invade Guatemala. It would wage psychological war, flooding the airwaves with propaganda, seeding the press with lies, sowing panic until the government cracked. The stage was set. In the small Honduran town of Juticalpa, the CIA gathered exiles, mercenaries, and loyalists. Their leader was a disgruntled officer named Carlos Castillo Armas, a man ambitious enough to wear the mantle of savior. He would march into Guatemala not as a conqueror but as a liberator, or so the story would be told. The reality was simpler. He was a puppet, his strings held by the CIA. Back in Guatemala City, life went on with a tense normalcy. Families bought tortillas at the market, priests led prayers in cool stone churches, children played in the streets. Yet whispers grew. Rumors of plots, of armies massing at the border, of the United States turning its gaze upon the small nation, spread through the air like smoke. Arbenz, intelligent and aware, understood the danger. He believed his reforms were just, but he also knew justice was not the language spoken in Washington. The coup began not with tanks but with voices. The CIA established a radio station, La Voz de la Liberación, the voice of liberation. From hidden transmitters, it broadcast constant propaganda, claiming to speak for a great uprising within Guatemala. It declared that Castillo Armas was leading a massive rebel force, that defections were sweeping the army, that Arbenz's government was collapsing. None of it was true, but truth was irrelevant. What mattered was the atmosphere of inevitability. Fear spread. Officers in the Guatemalan army, uncertain and cautious, began to hesitate. They were not sure if the broadcasts were lies. They were not sure how strong the rebels really were. And above all, they were not sure whether the United States would tolerate resistance. The shadow of Washington was heavy, and to defy it seemed suicidal. As Castillo Armas's small force advanced, more through rumor than strength, the panic deepened. Bombs dropped by CIA planes struck fear into the population. Leaflets rained from the sky, urging surrender. Newspapers carried stories planted by the agency, declaring that Arbenz was finished. Inside the National Palace, Arbenz fought despair. He appealed to his generals, urging them to resist, reminding them of their duty to defend the nation. But one by one, their loyalty wavered. The army, though larger than Castillo Armas's band, lacked the will to fight. They feared not defeat at the hands of rebels but reprisal at the hands of the United States. On June 27, 1954, Jacobo Arbenz resigned. His voice, weary but resolute, carried through the radio as he declared that he stepped down to avoid bloodshed, to prevent Guatemala from becoming a slaughterhouse. He left not because he had lost faith in his people, but because he could not ask them to die for him. His departure was both noble and tragic, an act of sacrifice that sealed the victory of his enemies. Castillo Armas entered Guatemala City soon after, hailed by his backers as a liberator, though the cheers of the people were thin. Behind him loomed the presence of the CIA, invisible yet undeniable. The land reform was reversed. United Fruits holdings were restored. The peasants who had tasted ownership saw their plots ripped away, their dreams crumbling like dry soil. And Guatemala began a descent into decades of darkness. Military regimes followed, brutal and corrupt. Peasants, workers, students, any who resisted, were crushed. The land reform that had once promised dignity was buried under fear. By the 1960s, by the 1970s, Guatemala would become a land haunted by death squads, by disappearances, by rivers that carried bodies. The coup of 1954 was not the end of repression, it was its beginning. For the CIA, it was another success, another proof of their power. Operation Success had worked. Arbenz was gone. United Fruit was secure. And the United States had demonstrated that no small nation could defy it without consequence. In the meditative quiet of Langley offices, they congratulated themselves. But outside those walls, in the villages of Guatemala, the echoes of despair were just beginning. Bananas continued to ship across oceans. They sat in baskets in American kitchens, peeled by children, eaten without thought. Few who bit into their sweetness tasted the bitterness behind them, the toppled president, the betrayed peasants, the blood that would soon follow. But history remembers, even when memory is buried. The fruit was never just fruit. It was empire. And so, Guatemala in 1954 became another thread in the tapestry of shadows. The second domino had fallen. The machinery of coups rolled on, gathering momentum, moving from one land to the next, as if the world itself were a board to be played upon by unseen hands. The fall of Jacobo Arbenz cannot be understood only in the moment of resignation. To see it clearly, one must go back further, to the arc of his life, to the soil from which his convictions grew. He was not born into wealth, not shaped by privilege. His father, a Swiss pharmacist who had emigrated to Central America, carried with him the restless spirit of Europe. His mother, Guatemalan and rooted in the land, embodied the quiet endurance of a people long accustomed to being ruled, long accustomed to watching their country's bounty flow elsewhere. As a young man, Arbenz entered the military academy. There, amid drills and lectures, he found himself drawn not only to the discipline of soldiering but to the possibilities of reform. He saw the army not as a tool for repression but as a potential engine of modernization. For a time, he served under Jorge Ubico, a dictator whose rule bore the heavy imprint of United Fruit's influence. Arbenz observed how power bowed to foreign corporations, how the people suffered while their resources fed foreign appetites. These experiences shaped him, not into a radical, but into a pragmatist, one who believed Guatemala could govern itself, could stand with dignity among nations if only it dared to change. By the time he ascended to the presidency in 1951, he was already part of a generation that dreamed of independence not just from colonial chains, but from economic ones. His predecessor, Juan José Arevalo, had introduced social reforms, building schools and labor protections. Arbenz sought to carry that flame further, to touch the land itself, for he understood that land was the heart of Guatemala. In the deep valleys and high plateaus, where maize stalks swayed in the wind, the land was both livelihood and identity. To be landless was not simply to be poor, it was to be invisible. And so came Decree 900, the Agrarian Reform Law. Passed in 1952, it became the instrument through which more than 100,000 families would receive land. In village after village, peasants gathered as officials read their names, handing them deeds that transformed their lives. Some wept openly. Others clutched the papers as if they were talismans. In the soil, they planted not only seeds but hope. For the first time in generations, they believed their children might inherit more than hunger. But as this hope spread, so too did fear, not among the peasants, but among the elite. The coffee planters, the landowners, the merchants aligned with United Fruit saw in these reforms a direct threat to their dominance. For them, the land was not sustenance, it was wealth, power, prestige. To share it was to dilute their rule. They rallied against Arbenz, whispering that he was a communist, that he was leading Guatemala into the arms of Moscow. In truth, Arbenz was no Soviet pawn. He admired aspects of socialist thought, yes, but his vision was rooted in nationalism, not in ideology. He wanted Guatemala to stand on its own feet, not to become a satellite of any power. Yet nuance mattered little in a world where the Cold War demanded binaries. To Washington, a leader who challenged corporate power, who redistributed land, who questioned foreign control, such a man must be painted red. The CIA, already emboldened by its success in Iran, moved with certainty. Operation Success became a model of covert war. At its heart lay not military might, but psychological pressure. The agency understood that perception was stronger than reality, that fear could topple governments where bullets might fail. They poured resources into propaganda, forged documents suggesting Soviet arms shipments, radio broadcasts claiming uprisings, planted stories in international newspapers. Slowly, the image of Arbenz as a dangerous radical crystallized, not only abroad but within Guatemala itself. In the markets of Guatemala City, vendors whispered of rebel armies marching unseen. In the barracks, soldiers spoke of defections, of generals aligning with Castillo Armas. Mothers told their children to stay indoors, for fear that war might break out in the streets. It was an atmosphere of suffocation, of dread without clarity. And then came the planes. Painted with the insignia of liberation, they flew overhead, dropping small bombs that did little damage but immense psychological harm. Windows shattered, walls cracked, and in the minds of the people, the sky itself seemed to belong to the enemy. Leaflets fluttered down, announcing the strength of Castillo Armas, urging surrender, warning of doom should Arbenz cling to power. The bombs killed few, but their echo killed resolve. Inside the National Palace, Arbenz convened his ministers. His eyes, once filled with quiet confidence, now carried the weight of fatigue. He asked his generals to defend the Republic, to stand firm against the illusion of invasion. They listened, nodded, but offered no guarantees. Many were already wavering, calculating their futures in a Guatemala where Castillo Armas might soon be president. To resist, they feared, was to invite the wrath of the United States, and that, they believed, was unwinnable. Day by day, the walls closed in. On June 18, Castillo Armas's small force crossed into Guatemala. It numbered only a few hundred men, scarcely an army. Yet the CIA's broadcasts inflated their ranks into thousands, an unstoppable tide. Skirmishes erupted, but they were minor. The true battle was not on the ground, it was in the mind. By June 25, the army's morale had collapsed. Officers refused to move against the rebels. Soldiers muttered of hopelessness. On June 27, 1954, Arbenz made his choice. Dressed in a simple suit, he addressed the nation over the radio. His voice was calm, but heavy, as he announced his resignation. He spoke of his desire to avoid bloodshed, to spare his people from massacre. He declared that he stepped down not because his cause was unjust, but because the forces arrayed against him were overwhelming. His words lingered in the air, a mixture of dignity and defeat. Then he left the palace, his dream undone. Castillo Armas entered Guatemala City days later. The CIA had won. The United States had proven that a government could be toppled without war, through whispers and fear. United Fruit rejoiced, its lands returned, its dominance unshaken. In Washington, officials congratulated themselves on another victory for freedom, though the freedom they celebrated was corporate, not human. For the peasants, the dream dissolved quickly. The land they had received was seized again. Deeds were torn up, titles revoked. Families who had tasted independence returned to the cycle of poverty. Their disappointment turned to quiet anger, and that anger, in time, would fuel resistance. But for now, silence reigned. The silence would not last. In the decades that followed, Guatemala would descend into civil war. From the 1960s through the 1990s, over 200,000 lives would be lost. Indigenous villages would be massacred, communities erased. The seeds of hope planted under Arbenz were drowned in rivers of blood. And always, behind the violence, loomed the memory of 1954, the moment when the possibility of a different future was stolen away. For the CIA, Guatemala became a lesson, a proof of concept. If propaganda and fear could topple one government, why not others? Latin America became a chessboard, each square another experiment in control. Chile, Brazil, Argentina, all would feel the shadow. Operation Success was not merely a coup, it was the birth of a method, a template for empire in the modern age. And in the quiet of the night, when bananas sat ripening on kitchen counters thousands of miles away, the unseen connections remained. The fruit that seemed so simple was entwined with history, with blood, with empire. Each bite carried echoes of peasants dispossessed, of governments toppled, of dreams undone. Bananas. Blood. Empire. Guatemala had become the crucible where these elements fused, giving rise to a new age of intervention. And so the story continued, moving forward, gathering momentum, as if one coup were never enough. The Congo. A land vast and green, a river winding through forests like a coiled serpent, its waters deep and endless. For centuries, it had been a place of mystery in European imagination, painted as a heart of darkness, as though its jungles concealed not life but some primal terror. But what the colonizers feared was not darkness. It was light, the light of a people who might claim their own destiny. For 80 years, the Congo was not a colony but a possession, owned outright by a single man, King Leopold II of Belgium. He never set foot there, but his greed touched every tree, every river, every life. He declared the Congo his personal fiefdom, the Congo Free State, though there was nothing free about it. Rubber was its curse. Under Leopold's regime, villages were forced to harvest sap from vines deep in the forest. Failure meant punishment. Punishment meant mutilation. Hands were severed, bodies broken. Millions perished in silence, their blood staining the soil, their cries swallowed by the jungle. By the 20th century, Leopold's cruelty became impossible to hide. Outrage spread. The Belgian state took over the Congo in 1908, transforming it into a formal colony. But the system of exploitation continued. Copper, diamonds, uranium, the Congo was a treasure chest, and the world knew it. During World War II, uranium from the Congo's Shinkalabwe mine fed the Manhattan Project, the bombs that fell on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The people of Congo, meanwhile, remained dispossessed in their own land, their labor feeding an empire from which they gained nothing. And then came independence. The wave of decolonization that swept across Africa in the late 1950s reached the Congo in 1960. The Belgian government, pressured by global opinion, announced that Congo would become free. But the transition was hasty, almost reckless. Few Congolese had been trained for governance. There were fewer than 30 university graduates in a nation of millions. Yet the dream of freedom could not be delayed. On June 30, 1960, the Congo declared independence. It was a day of ceremony. Flags were raised, anthems played. The Belgian King Baudouin gave a paternalistic speech, praising Leopold II as a civilizer, a bringer of progress. The words were smooth, but their undertones were poison. Many in the audience squirmed, but few expected what came next. Patrice Lumumba, the new Prime Minister, rose to speak. He was tall, slender, his eyes burning with intensity. He had been a postal clerk, a beer salesman, a writer, a man of ordinary origins, lifted by his passion, his eloquence, his refusal to bow. And now, before the world, he gave a speech unscripted, unsanctioned, unforgettable. He did not thank the Belgians for their gifts. He did not flatter their legacy. Instead, he spoke of suffering, of oppression, of the humiliation of slavery and forced labor. He spoke of the whips that had scarred the Congolese back, the hands severed for failing quotas, the land stolen, the dignity denied. And he spoke of freedom, of the determination of the Congolese people to rise, to govern themselves, to reclaim their country. His words were electric. To the Congolese, they were truth spoken at last. To the Belgians and their allies, they were an outrage. From that moment, Lumumba was marked. He was too bold, too defiant, too unwilling to play the part of a grateful servant. In Washington, in Brussels, in London, alarm bells rang. The Congo was rich, unimaginably so. Its minerals were essential to industry, to war, to empire. And here was a man who spoke not of partnership but of sovereignty, who dared to dream of controlling his nation's resources for his people. In the Cold War's binary vision, such independence was intolerable. If he was not submissive to the West, he must be leaning toward the East. The word communist was whispered, and that whisper was enough. The chaos began almost immediately. Within days of independence, the army mutinied. Belgian officers fled. Belgian troops intervened, supposedly to protect their citizens, but in reality to destabilize the fragile government. In the mineral-rich province of Katanga, secession was declared under Moïse Tshombe, supported by Belgian mining interests. The country was tearing apart before it had even begun. Lumumba appealed to the United Nations. He asked for peacekeepers, for support against Belgian interference. UN troops arrived, but their mandate was limited. They would not fight the secessionists. They would not expel Belgian officers. They would not restore Congo's unity. Lumumba, frustrated, turned to the Soviet Union for assistance. It was a pragmatic move, born of desperation, but to Washington it was proof of communist allegiance. The CIA's judgment hardened: Lumumba must go. Allen Dulles, the CIA director, called him a mad dog, dangerous to the West's interests. President Eisenhower reportedly gave an order, oblique but unmistakable, that Lumumba should be eliminated. The CIA station in Leopoldville, now Kinshasa, swung into action. They plotted his assassination with almost clinical detachment. A scientist named Sidney Gottlieb, master of poisons under the MKUltra program, flew in with a vial of lethal toxin, designed to be slipped into Lumumba's food or toothpaste. The plan was surreal, almost absurd, yet deadly serious. But the CIA was not alone. Belgian intelligence shared the same goal. They could not allow Lumumba to remain in power, not when he threatened their mining companies, not when he refused to bow. Plans overlapped, tangled. Armies of intrigue moved against a single man whose only true weapon was his voice. In September 1960, Lumumba was dismissed by President Joseph Kasavubu, under pressure from the West. The army, led by Colonel Joseph Mobutu, a man once favored by Lumumba himself, seized power. Lumumba was arrested, briefly released, then hunted. He fled into the countryside, pursued like an animal. His convoy was captured. Soldiers dragged him, beaten and humiliated, across the land he had once dreamed of freeing. On January 17, 1961, Patrice Lumumba was taken to Katanga, to the stronghold of his enemies. With him were two close allies, Maurice Mpolo and Joseph Okido. They were bound, tortured, mocked. And then, as the night deepened, they were led to a clearing. A firing squad awaited. Shots rang out, and Lumumba fell, his body crumpling into the soil of his homeland. But death was not enough. His corpse was dismembered, dissolved in acid, his remains erased. The men who killed him laughed as they handled his flesh, as though by destroying his body they could destroy his spirit. Yet spirits do not dissolve so easily. News of Lumumba's death spread, and across Africa, across the world, outrage ignited. He became a martyr, a symbol of anti-colonial struggle. His speeches, his defiance, his dignity lived on, echoing in movements from Accra to Havana, from Harlem to Johannesburg. The men who conspired against him, in Washington, in Brussels, in Katanga, had won the moment but lost the future. For the Congo, however, the consequences were immediate and brutal. Mobutu, the young colonel, would rise to power, ruling for decades with Western support. Under his regime, the riches of the Congo flowed outward, enriching corporations, feeding the Cold War machine, while the Congolese people remained trapped in poverty. Lumumba's dream of sovereignty was smothered, buried under layers of corruption and foreign interference. And yet, even in the silence of the grave, Lumumba's voice lingered. In the meditative hush of history, one can still hear his words, spoken on that day of independence, rising above the ceremonies, cutting through the lies. He spoke of dignity, of freedom, of a future where the Congo belonged to its people. His enemies tried to erase him, but they could not erase the dream. In the dark, one can imagine his eyes, bright, unyielding, filled with a fire that even bullets could not extinguish. In the Congo River, whose waters carried both life and death, his reflection still shimmers. And in the empire of shadows, his story remains a wound, a reminder that the machinery of coups and assassinations is not merely strategy, not merely geopolitics, but the silencing of human beings who dared to speak of freedom. Patrice Lumumba lived only 35 years. But in those years, he revealed a truth the empire feared, that even the humblest man could speak words that shook the world. And for that, he was killed. Patrice Emery Lumumba was not born into privilege. He came from Onalua, a small village in the Kasai region, where huts of mud and thatch stood beneath a wide sky. He was born in 1925, into a land not his own. Belgium ruled the Congo then with iron discipline, and the lives of the Congolese were measured in labor, in taxes, in silence. Schools were few, and those that existed were designed not to educate but to control. To the colonial mind, Africans were children, incapable of true governance, meant only to serve. Lumumba, bright and curious, refused this role. He read voraciously. He spoke eloquently. He studied French, the language of the colonizer, and wielded it as his own. He began as a postal clerk, one of the few jobs open to Congolese of ambition. But his mind was not limited to envelopes and stamps. He wrote poems, essays, and political tracts. His words carried conviction, rhythm, fire. He believed the Congo could rise, that independence was not a fantasy but an inevitability. In 1958, he attended the All-African People's Conference in Accra, Ghana, hosted by Kwame Nkrumah. There, surrounded by leaders of liberation movements, Lumumba's vision crystallized. He returned to the Congo with a new urgency, a conviction that his homeland must join the wave of freedom sweeping the continent. He founded the Movement National Congolese, MNC, the first truly national party, transcending tribal divisions. He spoke not to a clan, but to a people. And they listened. When the Belgians announced elections in 1960, Lumumba's charisma carried him forward. The MNC won broad support, and Lumumba became the first prime minister of the independent Congo. He was only 34 years old. His rise was meteoric, his mandate clear: to unify the Congo, to claim its wealth for its people, to transform centuries of subjugation into a new dawn. But dawn came with shadows. Belgium had not prepared the Congo for independence. There were no Congolese generals, no senior administrators, no experienced civil servants. The entire machinery of state had been designed to exclude them. Independence was like a curtain suddenly lifted, revealing not a strong nation but a fragile skeleton. The army mutinied within days, furious at continued Belgian dominance. Belgian troops re-entered the country under the guise of protecting their citizens, while in Katanga, Moise Tshombe declared secession, backed by Belgian mining corporations eager to retain their grip on copper and uranium. The United Nations sent peacekeepers, but their role was ambiguous. They refused to act against the secessionists, leaving Lumumba isolated. His appeals to the West were ignored. And so, reluctantly, he turned to the Soviet Union. They offered planes, equipment, advisors. It was a desperate gambit, not a declaration of ideology. But in Washington, nuance was irrelevant. In the rigid lens of the Cold War, Lumumba had crossed a line. He was no longer merely a nationalist. He was, in their eyes, a communist. The CIA moved swiftly. Alan Dulles cabled his station in Leopoldville with cold precision. Lumumba's removal must be an urgent and prime objective. The language was bureaucratic, but its meaning was death. In the quiet halls of Langley, a plan unfolded. Sidney Gottlieb, the CIA's poisoner-in-chief, arrived in the Congo carrying a vial of botulinum toxin, intended to be smeared onto Lumumba's toothbrush or stirred into his food. The plan was grotesque, surreal, and yet entirely real. It failed, not for lack of intent, but for lack of opportunity. Meanwhile, the Belgians pursued their own designs. To them, Lumumba was a threat not only politically but economically. The Union Minière du Haut-Katanga, the great mining company, could not risk a government that demanded control of Congo's minerals. Belgian officers conspired with Katangese leaders, with the complicity of Western intelligence. Assassination was discussed not as a crime, but as a necessity. Lumumba's fall was swift. In September 1960, President Joseph Kasavubu, under foreign pressure, dismissed him from office. The parliament resisted, the people protested, but the machinery of conspiracy rolled forward. Colonel Joseph Mobutu, once Lumumba's ally, now revealed his ambition. With CIA funds, he seized power in a coup, placing Lumumba under house arrest. The man who had dreamed of a free Congo was now a prisoner in his own capital. Yet Lumumba remained defiant. He slipped away briefly, attempting to reach Stanleyville, where loyal supporters waited. His convoy moved along dusty roads, through villages where peasants gathered to glimpse him, their faces filled with hope. But the army pursued, and on December 1, 1960, they caught him. Soldiers beat him, tied him, dragged him like a criminal. Photographs of his capture were broadcast, intended to humiliate, to strip away his dignity. But in his eyes there was still fire, in his posture still pride. He was transported, interrogated, mocked. The CIA watched. The Belgians watched. The United Nations watched, bound by neutrality that served as an alibi for inaction. Lumumba's fate was sealed, yet the world pretended uncertainty. His enemies debated not whether he should die, but how and where. On January 17, 1961, the decision was enacted. Lumumba was flown to Katanga, handed over to his most bitter foes. Chombe and his ministers received him with glee. They struck him, spat on him, degraded him. Then, as night fell, he was taken with two companions, Maurice Mpolo and Joseph Okido, to a clearing. Belgian officers stood nearby, their faces expressionless. A firing squad awaited. Orders were given. Shots rang out. Lumumba fell. But his death was not the end. His killers, fearful of discovery, dismembered his body. They dissolved his remains in sulfuric acid, scattering the fragments. They wanted to erase him completely, to leave no grave, no relic, no shrine for memory. One Belgian officer, Gerard Sout, later confessed to keeping two of Lumumba's teeth as souvenirs, a grotesque trophy of murder. And yet, memory is not so easily erased. The Congo wept. Across Africa, leaders cried out in anger. Kwame Nkrumah declared Lumumba a martyr. Malcolm X, in distant America, called him the greatest black man ever to walk the African continent. His name became a banner, his image a symbol. In murals, in poems, in whispered prayers, Lumumba lived on. The Congo, however, descended into shadow. Mobutu, backed by the CIA, consolidated power. He renamed himself Mobutu Sese Seko, draped himself in leopard skins, and ruled for more than 3 decades. Billions in wealth flowed outward, stolen from the earth, while the people starved. The dream of independence with dignity died alongside Lumumba, replaced by dictatorship in service of empire. And the world moved on, as it always does. Newspapers printed brief obituaries. Officials issued bland statements. In Washington and Brussels, men congratulated themselves on stability restored. But history does not forget. Beneath the surface, beneath the statistics of copper exports and foreign aid, lies the ghost of a man who dared to speak truth on the day of independence, who dared to believe that the Congo could belong to its people. In the meditative silence of the night, one can imagine him still. Standing tall, eyes burning, voice clear. His words echo like a prayer, like a warning. The Congo's independence is not a gift. It is the result of struggle, of sacrifice, of suffering. We are no longer your monkeys. We are human beings. The empire of shadows feared those words, feared that others might believe them. And so, it killed him. But words cannot be killed. They linger. They return. They rise in new mouths, in new struggles, in new lands. Lumumba's body was dissolved, but his voice was not. It moves still, in the Congo River, in the rustle of the forest, in the dreams of those who refuse to bow. Thus, the death of Patrice Lumumba was not the silencing of a man, but the birth of a legend. He lives in every struggle against exploitation, in every defiance of empire. And the CIA's fingerprints, once again, are there, on the bullet, on the acid, on the silence. The Congo bled, and the world looked away. But history remembers. And in the night, when the river runs dark and endless, one can hear his name. Lumumba. 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 Chile stretches long and thin against the Pacific, a ribbon of earth pressed between the ocean and the mountains. Its geography feels almost impossible, a land of deserts that never see rain, valleys heavy with vineyards, forests whispering in the south, glaciers breaking into the cold sea. For centuries, this land was remote, distant from the centers of empire, yet it held treasures, copper in its veins, nitrates in its soil, fruit in its orchards. And as the 20th century unfolded, it became a testing ground for the collision between democracy, socialism, and the hidden hand of the Cold War. Into this stage stepped Salvador Allende. A doctor by training, a man of calm demeanor but steadfast conviction, Allende had long dreamed of a Chile that was not merely democratic in name but in substance. For decades, he worked patiently, running for president 3 times and failing, always close but never triumphant. His ideals were not cloaked in the rhetoric of revolution, but in the language of reform, workers owning their labor, peasants owning their land, children fed, women respected, dignity spread across every barrio and hillside. He believed socialism could come not through violence, but through the ballot box. In 1970, after years of struggle, the people finally placed him in power. By the narrowest of margins, Allende won the presidency of Chile, the first Marxist in the world to ascend to power through free elections. The experiment began. The eyes of the world turned south. To some, it was a beacon of possibility. To others, it was a threat that could not be tolerated. Allende's government, the Unidad Popular, moved quickly. Wages were raised, rents frozen, schools expanded. Most importantly, Chile's vast copper mines, dominated by U.S. corporations like Anaconda and Kennecott, were nationalized. No longer would profits flow northward while Chilean children went hungry. Copper is the bread of Chile, Allende declared, and the people cheered. But in boardrooms in New York, in the corridors of Washington, the mood was darker. Richard Nixon sat in the White House, suspicious of any challenge to American dominance. Henry Kissinger, his national security advisor, spoke bluntly, "I don't see why we need to stand by and watch a country go communist due to the irresponsibility of its own people." The words dripped with contempt, for democracy, for sovereignty, for Chile itself. The decision was made. Allende would not be allowed to govern. The CIA was unleashed. Project Toppled, better known as Track 2, began in secrecy. Millions of dollars flowed into Chile, not to build schools or hospitals, but to undermine them. The CIA cultivated allies in the Chilean press, planting false stories of chaos, corruption, and looming Soviet takeover. They funneled funds to opposition parties, stoking unrest. Truck owners were paid to go on strike, strangling the economy. Shortages spread. Lines for bread grew longer. Housewives banged pots and pans in protest. Fear and frustration multiplied, not by chance, but by design. Allende, meanwhile, remained calm. He believed in legality, in constitutionality, in the power of institutions. He called upon the people to endure, to trust, to believe that justice was near. But the pressure mounted. Inflation soared. The middle class grew restless. The military, long a proud institution, began to grumble. The United States kept pushing. In October 1970, even before Allende was inaugurated, the CIA had already attempted to block his rise. They plotted with Chilean officers to kidnap General René Schneider, the commander-in-chief of the army, a man loyal to the Constitution. The plan went wrong. Schneider resisted, was shot, and later died of his wounds. His blood stained the streets of Santiago, a warning of what was to come. And yet, Allende took office, steadfast, determined to govern. For 3 years, Chile lived in tension. On the surface, there was democracy, debates in Congress, rallies in the streets, newspapers published freely. Beneath the surface, the empire worked tirelessly. Covert operations multiplied. Every economic wound was deepened, every political fracture widened. The goal was not simply to defeat Allende in the next election, but to destroy him entirely, to erase the experiment from history. And so, the military began to plot. Generals whispered in darkened rooms, officers shuffled papers, messages passed back and forth between Santiago and Washington. The name of one man rose above the rest, Augusto Pinochet. Quiet, reserved, outwardly loyal, Pinochet had cultivated an image of obedience. Allende believed him reliable, even promoted him to commander-in-chief in August 1973. But behind the mask, Pinochet was already sharpening his knife. The date was set. September 11, 1973. Dawn broke over Santiago with an eerie calm. Tanks rolled through the streets. Soldiers took positions. The presidential palace, La Moneda, stood as a target. Allende, refusing to flee, donned a helmet, took up an AK-47, a gift from Fidel Castro, and prepared to defend democracy with his life. Jets screamed overhead, dropping bombs on the palace. Flames engulfed the walls. Smoke billowed into the sky. Chile, in a single day, was torn apart. Allende gave his final speech, broadcast on the radio, his voice steady even as the palace crumbled. "I will not resign. I will pay for loyalty to the people with my life." His words carried through the static, through the terror, into history. Then, silence. By the end of the day, Allende was dead, whether by suicide or by bullet, the debate remains, but the outcome was the same. Chile's democracy lay in ashes. Pinochet emerged from the smoke, grim and unflinching. Backed by the CIA, supported by Washington, he established a junta that would rule for 17 years. Thousands were rounded up, tortured, executed. The National Stadium became a prison camp, its seats filled not with cheering crowds but with cries of pain. Musicians, students, union leaders, all swept into the machinery of repression. Among them was Victor Jara, the folk singer whose songs of hope were silenced by bullets. The neoliberal experiment began. Guided by economists trained in Chicago under Milton Friedman, Chile became a laboratory for free market policies. State industries were sold, unions crushed, wealth concentrated. To the architects of empire, this was success. To the people, it was survival amid fear. And yet, beneath the repression, memory endured. Mothers marched with photographs of their disappeared children. Secret poems circulated. Whispered prayers carried Allende's name. In exile, Chileans told their stories, refusing to let the world forget. Pinochet's shadow stretched long. He ruled with iron until 1990, when a plebiscite forced his retreat. Even then, he remained untouchable for years, cloaked in immunity. But time does not erase crimes. In 1998, in London, he was arrested on charges of human rights abuses, a crack in the wall of impunity. Though he escaped true justice, his name remains forever linked with terror. Allende, meanwhile, grew larger in death than in life. His face appears on murals, his words inscribed on monuments. He is remembered not for defeat, but for courage, for his refusal to abandon the dream of democracy infused with dignity. His final act, standing in the burning palace, became legend, a testament that ideals can outlive the men who hold them. The CIA's fingerprints were clear. Declassified documents revealed the depth of intervention, millions spent, plots supported, chaos fueled. Nixon's words to the CIA director, Richard Helms, echo across the decades, make the economy scream. And scream it did, until the scream gave way to silence under Pinochet's guns. Thus, Chile became another thread in the tapestry of empire, a nation forced into the mold of Cold War strategy, its sovereignty crushed beneath the weight of covert power. And yet, like Iran, like the Congo, its story whispers a warning, that democracy is fragile, that sovereignty can be stolen, that shadows move silently but decisively. The long shadow of Pinochet still lingers. But so too does the light of Allende's final words, reminder that dignity, once spoken, cannot be extinguished. The campaign to strangle Chile did not unfold in a single stroke. It was slow, deliberate, suffocating. The CIA's plan was never to present a visible hand, never to storm the palace in broad daylight. Rather, it was to corrode from within, to transform ordinary life into a daily torment until Chileans themselves cried out for relief, even if that relief came in the form of tanks and guns. And so, the economy became a weapon. Trucks stopped moving. At first, it was subtle, a handful of owners refusing routes. But then, coordinated and financed with CIA dollars, the strike spread. Highways emptied. Markets grew bare. Housewives stood in endless lines for bread and milk, clutching ration cards, anger boiling. What they did not know was that the shortages were not merely the result of mismanagement but of sabotage. Nixon's order had been blunt: make the economy scream. And scream it did, in the kitchens and pantries of ordinary families. Propaganda filled the air. Newspapers, subsidized quietly through CIA channels, published story after story of chaos and impending doom. Radio voices warned of Marxist dictatorship, of Cuban-style repression, of Soviet tanks waiting just beyond the Andes. Fear seeped into every conversation, into every gathering. The very fabric of society began to tear. Yet, amid this storm, Allende remained steady. He refused to abandon legality. He refused to arm loyalists outside the Constitution. He believed, perhaps too much, that democracy itself could withstand the onslaught. He gave speeches, calm and reasoned, urging patience, urging unity. His voice was measured, his tone deliberate, but behind the words was a man under siege, a doctor trying to heal a patient whose body was being poisoned from every vein. By 1972, the polarization was unbearable. On one side, workers and peasants still rallied, still marched with banners, still chanted Allende's name. On the other, the middle class, battered by inflation and shortages, grew restless, fearful, angry. They marched with empty pots, banging them in unison, a metallic chorus of dissent. These cacerolazos echoed through the streets, a rhythm of discontent that grew louder with each passing month. The military watched, weighing its moment. General René Schneider had been killed years earlier for his loyalty to the Constitution. Others had hesitated, unsure of the risks. But with CIA encouragement and financial support, conspiracies multiplied. Meetings took place in secret apartments, coded messages exchanged. Washington's cables spoke of contingencies, of encouragement, of a climate ripe for decisive action. Allende sensed the danger. He had always known his project was fragile, that it carried enemies far more powerful than Chile itself. Yet he clung to hope. In August 1973, in a gesture of trust, he elevated Augusto Pinochet to commander-in-chief of the army. Pinochet, quiet and seemingly loyal, had not shown the open hostility of other generals. To Allende, he appeared reliable, a man who respected the Constitution. In reality, Pinochet was already aligning himself with the conspirators, already preparing to step into the role of executioner. Then came September. The days thickened with tension. Rumors whispered of plots. Foreign intelligence buzzed with reports of imminent action. But still, Allende went to work, went home, spoke with his ministers, believing he had time. Time to negotiate. Time to stabilize. Time to preserve democracy. He did not know that time had already run out. September 11, 1973, dawned with an uneasy stillness. Tanks rolled out of barracks. Soldiers sealed off roads. The Navy moved to secure Valparaiso. In Santiago, the air grew heavy with anticipation. At La Moneda, the presidential palace, guards took up arms, but they were few, their weapons light. Inside, Allende prepared for what he knew would be the end. He addressed the nation one final time over the radio. His words carried the weight of resignation and resolve. I will not resign. Placed in a historic transition, I will pay for loyalty to the people with my life. His voice was calm, almost serene, as if he were already speaking from beyond the veil. For those listening, the speech was both heartbreaking and electrifying, the voice of a man choosing dignity over survival. Outside, the assault began. Fighter jets roared overhead, the sound splitting the sky. Bombs fell on La Moneda, shaking its walls, shattering its windows. Flames licked at the edges of the building, smoke pouring upward in thick, choking columns. Soldiers stormed the streets, rifles raised. The city trembled. Inside, Allende donned a helmet. He held an AK-47, a gift from Fidel Castro, its stock inscribed with words of solidarity. With him were a handful of loyal aides and bodyguards. They exchanged fire with advancing troops, but the imbalance was overwhelming. The palace was no fortress, the defenders no match for the army's might. Still, they fought, not to win, but to make a stand, to bear witness. As the hours passed, the end drew near. La Moneda was engulfed. Amid the smoke, amid the chaos, Allende is said to have retreated to a quiet room. There, in solitude, he raised the rifle to his chin and ended his life before his enemies could claim him. Others insist he was executed. The truth remains contested, but the result was the same. Allende was gone, and with him the dream of a democratic road to socialism. When the smoke cleared, Pinochet emerged as the new face of Chile. Stern, impassive, he declared order restored. But order came at a cost. Within hours, thousands were rounded up. The National Stadium, once filled with cheering crowds for football and concerts, became a prison camp. Men and women were herded into its stands, interrogated, beaten, tortured. Some never left. Among the prisoners was Victor Jara, the folk singer whose voice had carried the spirit of the people. His hands, the instruments of his guitar, were broken. His songs silenced by bullets. His body dumped unceremoniously, riddled with wounds. His death was symbolic, a message to a nation: hope itself could be killed. Repression spread like wildfire. Detainees vanished in the night. Families waited at doorsteps for loved ones who never returned. The term desaparecidos entered the language, a euphemism for the unthinkable. Torture centers sprang up in quiet neighborhoods, their walls echoing with screams muffled by secrecy. Pinochet's regime, supported tacitly by Washington, became a machine of fear. But while fear ruled the streets, foreign economists arrived. The Chicago Boys, disciples of Milton Friedman, were welcomed into the corridors of power. Under their guidance, Chile became an experiment in neoliberalism. State industries were sold, prices deregulated, social programs gutted. To the outside world, this was hailed as modernization, efficiency, progress. To Chileans, it was hunger, inequality, and despair, layered atop repression. Pinochet ruled for 17 years. His face appeared on billboards, his image cultivated as savior, protector, patriarch. Yet beneath the propaganda, resentment simmered. Mothers marched with photos of their missing children. Priests whispered prayers for the tortured. Artists encoded resistance in poems and paintings, subtle enough to pass censors, strong enough to keep memory alive. Internationally, Chile became a symbol. To the right, a success story of order restored, markets opened, communism crushed. To the left, a tragedy, a lesson in the brutality of empire. In the quiet halls of the CIA, the coup was considered a success. The experiment of Allende had been extinguished, the risk of contagion eliminated. But in the memories of the people, the story was different. Allende's last words, carried by the crackling radio signal, became legend. His refusal to flee, his refusal to bow, transformed his defeat into a victory of spirit. Decades later, as democracy returned to Chile, the shadow of Pinochet remained. He stepped down from the presidency in 1990 but clung to power as commander of the army, then as senator for life, cloaked in immunity. Yet the world changed. In 1998, in London, he was arrested on charges of human rights abuses, held under house arrest for months. Though he ultimately evaded true justice, the image of the once untouchable general confined to a house in a foreign city was a crack in the edifice. Memory, after all, has a way of enduring. In Santiago today, murals still bear Allende's face. His words are quoted at rallies, sung in songs, whispered in classrooms. He is remembered not as a man who failed, but as one who stood firm. Pinochet, meanwhile, is remembered in shadow, his name synonymous with brutality. The CIA's fingerprints, once hidden, are now undeniable. Declassified documents reveal the depth of interference, the millions spent, the orders given. Nixon's directive to Helms, written in stark language, is part of the record: save Chile. Worth spending, not concerned with risks involved. It was never about saving Chile. It was about saving empire. Chile in 1973 was not only a coup. It was a turning point, a demonstration that even the ballot box, even peaceful reform, could not shield a nation from the wrath of empire. It was a lesson written in smoke and blood: democracy is tolerated only when it aligns with the interests of power. And yet, amid this darkness, Allende's legacy endures. In the rhythm of guitars strummed in secret, in the chants of students marching decades later, in the insistence of ordinary people that dignity matters. His life ended in fire and ruin, but his shadow, a different kind of shadow, stretches long, alongside Pinochet's. One shadow of terror, the other of hope. Both still haunt Chile. Both still whisper in the long nights, beneath the Andean peaks, across the Pacific winds. Indonesia is a vast archipelago, a chain of 17,000 islands stretching like a broken necklace across the equator. From the jungles of Sumatra to the beaches of Bali, from the smoking volcanoes of Java to the distant shores of Papua, it is a land of immense diversity, of countless languages, tribes, and traditions. Its soil is rich, its seas abundant, its resources vast. And yet, in the middle of the 20th century, it became a stage for one of the most horrific purges in human history, a massacre so immense and so hidden that even today its full dimensions remain cloaked in silence. The story begins with Sukarno, the fiery orator who led Indonesia to independence from Dutch colonial rule. Charismatic, visionary, contradictory, Sukarno imagined Indonesia as a third world leader, a nation neither aligned with the West nor the East, but charting its own path. He called it guided democracy, a balancing act between the military, Islamists, and the Indonesian Communist Party, the PKI, which by the early 1960s had grown into the largest communist party in the world outside China and the Soviet Union. The PKI was not an underground force but an open, mass-based movement. It organized peasants, workers, intellectuals. It ran schools, unions, cultural groups. It was woven into the daily life of millions. In the countryside, its members distributed land. In the cities, they marched with banners. In Parliament, they argued with confidence. To Washington, Jakarta was becoming dangerously red. The Cold War lens could not comprehend nuance. To American strategists, the sight of a communist party thriving within a non-communist state was intolerable. They feared Indonesia might become another China, a domino tipping the entire region into the Soviet orbit. The island's location, a bridge between the Pacific and Indian Oceans, made them strategically vital. And beneath the soil lay treasures: oil, tin, rubber, spices. Indonesia was not simply a country. It was a prize. By the early 1960s, Sukarno's position had become precarious. He tilted leftward, railing against imperialism, hosting the Bandung Conference, proclaiming solidarity with other newly independent nations. He invited Soviet and Chinese aid, bought weapons, and promoted a rhetoric of revolution. Washington grew alarmed. The CIA had already attempted to weaken him in the late 1950s, even supporting regional rebellions against his government, but Sukarno survived. Still, his balancing act grew more unstable, his charisma stretched thin. Then, in the dark hours before dawn on October 1, 1965, everything changed. A group of middle-ranking officers calling themselves the September 30th Movement kidnapped and killed 6 generals, claiming they were preventing a coup against Sukarno. The movement was small, confused, its motives murky. Within hours, it was crushed. But the killings provided the perfect pretext. General Suharto, little known outside military circles, seized the moment. He declared the PKI responsible. He called for order. He positioned himself as the savior of the nation. What followed was not order, but slaughter. The army moved ruthlessly, and across the archipelago, rivers began to fill with bodies. Lists of PKI members and sympathizers were distributed, lists that later investigations revealed were provided in part by the CIA. The killings began with party cadres, but they did not stop there. Villagers accused neighbors. Old grudges surfaced. Anyone suspected of leftist sympathies, teachers, farmers, students, artists, could be marked for death. The scale was staggering. Villages were burned. Bamboo spears and machetes struck before bullets did. Mass graves filled quickly. In Java, Bali, Sumatra, the killings spread like wildfire. Conservative estimates suggest 500,000 were murdered. Some say it was closer to 1 million. The exact number is unknowable, for the dead were left uncounted, their names unrecorded, their voices silenced. The violence was intimate. It was not only soldiers but civilians, militias, vigilantes, religious groups, who joined in. Men turned on neighbors. Communities tore themselves apart. Fear made accomplices of many. Survivors spoke later of rivers clogged with corpses, of the stench of death drifting for miles. In Bali alone, tens of thousands were killed in just a few weeks. It was as if the earth itself had opened to consume its people. And all the while, the world looked on. In Washington, officials congratulated themselves. Declassified cables reveal satisfaction at the Army's cleansing. American diplomats reported back that the military was doing a splendid job. In quiet offices, men ticked boxes, calculating geopolitics in terms of lives extinguished. The bloodbath was not a tragedy to them. It was a success. Suharto consolidated his grip. By March 1966, he had forced Sukarno to transfer authority. By 1967, he was president. His New Order regime would last more than 3 decades, built on repression, censorship, and a vast military apparatus. Indonesia became a loyal partner of the West, its markets open, its resources accessible. For corporations and strategists, it was stability. For the people, it was silence. Those who survived carried scars too deep to name. Former PKI members, even those with no role in the killings, were imprisoned for years, some for life. They were branded traitors, stripped of rights, excluded from society. Their children were stigmatized, denied jobs, denied schooling, forever tainted by association. The massacre was not only about death. It was about erasure, the erasure of a movement, of memory, of possibility. Yet memory refuses to vanish entirely. Whispers persist. Survivors tell their stories in hushed tones. Filmmakers, decades later, confronted the perpetrators themselves, many of whom still boasted of their deeds without shame. The past lingers in the soil, in the rivers, in the haunted silence of communities that lost entire generations. To this day, Indonesia has never reckoned fully with 1965. Official histories paint the events as a necessary purge, a triumph of order over chaos. Monuments honor the murdered generals, but not the countless unnamed victims. The truth lies buried, not only in mass graves but in the silence of a nation taught to forget. And yet, like the ghosts of Iran, of Guatemala, of the Congo, the ghosts of Indonesia whisper in the night. They whisper of neighbors turning on neighbors, of the way empire uses fear and hatred to unmake a society. They whisper of how quickly a dream of independence can collapse into nightmare. They whisper of how the CIA's quiet lists, its whispered instructions, can ripple outward until they drown an entire people. 1 million ghosts walk Indonesia still. They walk the rice fields, the mountains, the islands. They walk the streets of Jakarta, unseen but felt. They are the shadow population of a nation that refuses to name them. And they remind us, in their silence, that history's greatest crimes are often those never fully spoken. The killings did not unfold like a single storm, passing swiftly before skies cleared again. They stretched over months, their rhythms varying across the archipelago. In some places, the violence was sudden and frenzied, villages annihilated in a matter of days. In others, it was slower, more deliberate, marked by interrogations, imprisonments, and executions that became part of the background of life. It was not simply a massacre but a campaign, coordinated from above, executed from below, and infused with a terrible mixture of ideology and personal vengeance. The military orchestrated it with chilling precision. After the night of October 1, 1965, Army units fanned out with purpose. They established checkpoints, rounded up suspects, and spread propaganda. Radio broadcasts denounced the PKI as atheists, perverts, traitors to the nation. Pamphlets warned of communist plots to destroy families, to overthrow religion, to dissolve tradition. Newspapers ran stories of imagined horrors, of communists mutilating generals, of sinister rituals, of secret underground cells. These fabrications stoked fear and rage, legitimizing what came next. But the army did not act alone. It relied on militias, on civilian groups eager to prove loyalty or settle scores. Religious organizations, particularly some Islamist groups, declared the killings a holy duty. Villagers were encouraged to take part, to show that they were not communists themselves. Those who hesitated risked suspicion. In this way, participation became both voluntary and coerced, a mass theater of blood in which silence was dangerous and complicity was safe. There are testimonies that survive, fragile fragments of memory carried by survivors who dared to speak decades later. An old farmer recalled being forced to dig graves at night, the ground trembling as truckloads of men and women were brought in, their hands bound. He remembered the screams, the sudden silence, the earth swallowing them whole. A woman spoke of watching her husband dragged away, never to return, her children growing up fatherless, branded by the stain of his supposed betrayal. Another survivor described rivers so full of bodies that fishermen tied bamboo poles together to push the corpses downstream, for fear of contaminating the catch. The horror was not abstract. It was intimate, and it was public. In some villages, executions took place in fields under the gaze of entire communities. Children saw their parents killed. Parents watched their children dragged away. Entire neighborhoods were forced to witness killings as warnings. Fear was not a side effect, it was the point. To terrorize was to erase resistance before it could form. The numbers defy comprehension. Scholars still argue over the total, but the consensus ranges between 500,000 and 1 million dead. Perhaps more. Tens of thousands more were imprisoned, often without trial, in camps scattered across the islands. Some languished there for years, enduring forced labor, starvation, disease. Many never returned. What makes the Indonesian tragedy even more chilling is the quiet complicity of the outside world. Declassified documents reveal the role of Western powers in fanning the flames. The CIA had been tracking the PKI for years, compiling names, gathering intelligence. As the killings began, U.S. officials provided lists of suspected communists to the army, lists that became death warrants. British and Australian operatives ran disinformation campaigns, broadcasting anti-communist propaganda that exaggerated the PKI's role in the generals' deaths. Washington, London, Canberra, all watched as the rivers turned red and nodded with approval. In private cables, American diplomats were almost gleeful. They described the Army's campaign as a major success, a blow against communism that should be quietly encouraged. They marveled at the efficiency of the killings, noting that Indonesia was now safe for foreign investment. The scale of human suffering was reduced to a strategic calculation, a line item in the global balance of power. For the CIA, Indonesia in 1965 was not a tragedy. It was a model. A template for how a perceived threat could be neutralized not through open war but through orchestrated internal collapse. Provide intelligence. Spread propaganda. Let local forces do the killing. The bloodshed was outsourced, the deniability preserved. The ghosts, after all, belonged to Indonesia, not America. Suharto's rise was quiet at first, then total. In the aftermath of the massacres, he maneuvered with care. Sukarno was not immediately removed but gradually sidelined, stripped of authority, surrounded by generals who now pledged loyalty to the new order. By 1967, Suharto was formally installed as president. His regime promised stability, discipline, and growth. It courted Western investors, opened Indonesia's markets, welcomed foreign oil companies, timber firms, and mining giants. For the global capitalist system, it was a triumph. For the Indonesian people, it was the beginning of 3 decades of repression. The new order built itself on silence. The events of 1965 were not to be spoken of, except in official terms. The state insisted the killings were necessary, that they had saved the nation from communist tyranny. Schoolchildren were taught a version of history in which the PKI was portrayed as monstrous, demonic. Films dramatized the generals' murders with lurid detail, cementing the narrative that communists were villains who deserved extermination. Generations grew up with this story, while the true scale of the massacre was buried. Yet memory lingers, no matter how deeply suppressed. In villages across Java and Bali, people still point to fields and rivers as sites of slaughter. Survivors whisper their stories at night, careful not to draw attention. Families live with unmarked absences, a father who never returned, a sister who vanished, a grandfather whose name is never spoken. The past bleeds into the present in the form of silence, of inherited stigma, of shadows that stretch across generations. There are eerie details that surface in survivor accounts, details that make the ghosts of 1965 feel closer, more tangible. A man remembered the smell of burning hair as prisoners were set on fire. Another recalled seeing severed heads displayed on stakes at village entrances, a grim warning to passers-by. In Bali, entire family compounds were wiped out, leaving houses abandoned, swallowed by jungle. Even decades later, locals avoided certain fields, believing them cursed, haunted by restless spirits. The ghosts are not metaphorical for those who lived through it. They are present, palpable, woven into the landscape. They inhabit rivers, forests, abandoned buildings. They are heard in the cries of birds at dusk, in the rustle of palm leaves at midnight. To walk through Indonesia with ears attuned is to walk among a hidden population of the dead, silenced yet insistent, erased yet enduring. And so the massacre of 1965 occupies a strange place in global memory. It is one of the largest mass killings of the 20th century, and yet one of the least acknowledged. Unlike the Holocaust, unlike Cambodia, unlike Rwanda, it lacks monuments, tribunals, official reckonings. Its scale rivals those tragedies, but its silence exceeds them. It is a crime not only of blood but of forgetting. The CIA's fingerprints linger here as they do elsewhere, in Iran, in Guatemala, in the Congo. But in Indonesia, the scale makes them stand out in sharper relief. Here, the Cold War logic of containment was taken to its most brutal conclusion. Here, the domino theory became flesh, became corpses piled high, became rivers clogged with the dead. Here, empire whispered, and a million ghosts answered. Vietnam is a name that hangs heavy in the memory of the 20th century, a word that conjures jungles shrouded in mist, helicopters rising above rice paddies, villages set ablaze, and a war that seemed to consume not just a country, but an era. For the United States, Vietnam was a wound that would not heal, a quagmire that drained its strength, its treasury, and its faith in itself. Yet beneath the familiar imagery of soldiers and battles lies another, more hidden war, one waged not primarily with bombs or tanks, but with dossiers, informants, and knives in the dark. It was called the Phoenix Program, and it carried the fingerprints of the CIA. The Phoenix Program emerged from the desperate logic of counterinsurgency. By the mid-1960s, the United States found itself mired in a conflict it could not easily win. The North Vietnamese army pressed from above, the Viet Cong guerrillas spread through the south like roots beneath the soil, invisible and unyielding. American firepower was immense, yet villages continued to harbor insurgents. Cadres of the National Liberation Front embedded themselves in the population, and each search and destroy mission seemed only to multiply resistance. The jungle itself felt like an enemy, swallowing soldiers whole, concealing shadows that struck and vanished. The question was asked in Washington and Saigon: how do you fight an enemy who is everywhere and nowhere? The answer, the CIA proposed, was to dismantle the insurgency from within. Not through pitched battles, but through penetration, identification, neutralization. The Phoenix Program was born of this idea, to hunt the Viet Cong infrastructure, to find its hidden veins of leadership, and to cut them out. At its core, Phoenix was a program of intelligence and terror. Its architects imagined it as a bureaucratic system, a vast network of files and categories, in which every village, every hamlet, every suspected sympathizer could be mapped and tracked. Names were entered into databases. Suspects were sorted into categories, A for leaders, B for cadres, C for supporters. Each entry was a potential target. To be listed was to step unknowingly onto a path that often ended in disappearance or death. The methods of Phoenix were varied, and all of them carried the flavor of darkness. Informants were cultivated, sometimes bribed, sometimes coerced, sometimes tortured until they spoke. Villagers were questioned, interrogated, detained. Suspects were captured in night raids, dragged from homes as children cried and neighbors watched in silence. Some were sent to interrogation centers, windowless rooms where the air reeked of sweat, electricity, and fear. Others never made it that far, executed on the spot in fields and alleys. The language used by its architects was clinical, detached, as if speaking of statistics rather than lives. To neutralize a suspect meant to capture, to imprison, or to kill, the distinction was blurred, often deliberately so. Reports tallied numbers of Viet Cong infrastructure eliminated, but did not always specify how. Neutralization became a euphemism, a word that obscured the fact that many of those neutralized were simply murdered. The scale of Phoenix is difficult to fathom. Between 1968 and 1972, hundreds of thousands were swept into its net. Official numbers speak of 80,000 neutralizations, with at least 20,000 killed outright. Independent estimates suggest higher. The victims were not always hardened guerrillas. Many were farmers, students, school teachers, suspected because of an association, an accusation, or a name whispered under duress. Innocence was no shield, for in the logic of Phoenix, suspicion itself was sufficient. The interrogation centers were places of nightmare. Survivors later spoke of beatings, of fingernails pulled out, of bodies submerged in water until lungs convulsed, of electric wires attached to ears and genitals. The screams echoed through the walls, designed not only to extract information but to instill terror. The knowledge that such places existed was itself a weapon, casting a shadow over villages, making collaboration with the Viet Cong seem less dangerous than falling into Phoenix's grasp. In its ambition, Phoenix blurred the line between counterinsurgency and state terror. Its defenders argued that it targeted only the Viet Cong, that it was a surgical strike against a hidden enemy. Its reality was cruder, bloodier, and more indiscriminate. In practice, it often became a tool for local vendettas, for corrupt officials to settle scores, for rivals to eliminate each other by whispering accusations to American or South Vietnamese authorities. The system devoured truth, replacing it with rumors and coerced confessions, feeding a cycle of arrests and killings that spread far beyond the insurgency itself. American officials spoke of Phoenix in the language of efficiency. They measured success in charts and graphs, body counts and neutralizations. They presented it as progress, as evidence that the insurgency was weakening. But in the villages where it unfolded, it was experienced as fear, as the constant possibility that a knock on the door at midnight might be the last sound one ever heard. The program was secretive, yet not invisible. Rumors circulated. Stories spread of fathers disappearing, of mothers tortured, of children left orphaned. Villages became haunted spaces, not only by the presence of guerrillas and soldiers, but by the knowledge that unseen eyes were always watching, that names might already be written down in files far away. The paranoia it sowed was itself a weapon, fracturing communities, making trust scarce, isolating families, leaving suspicion to fester where solidarity once stood. Phoenix was not a singular operation but a system, and like all systems it developed its own momentum, its own inertia. Once established, it demanded results. Numbers had to be met. Lists had to be cleared. Each month, commanders sought evidence of progress, and progress was measured in bodies. The more the program continued, the more it consumed itself, producing violence not because it was effective, but because it was demanded. The CIA's role was central, yet often hidden behind layers of South Vietnamese bureaucracy. Officially, it was a joint operation, managed by the government of South Vietnam. In reality, American advisors, CIA officers, and U.S. Special Forces provided the intelligence, the training, the logistics. They established the interrogation centers, supervised the raids, and ensured that the system kept moving. The secrecy was deliberate, for Phoenix was never meant to stand in the light. And yet, like all secrets, it eventually surfaced. By the early 1970s, journalists and whistleblowers began to uncover fragments of the program. Reports of torture, assassinations, and mass arrests reached American newspapers. Congressional hearings were held. Officials were forced to testify, to explain what Phoenix was, what it had done. Some defended it as necessary, even effective. Others admitted that abuses had occurred, but framed them as exceptions rather than the rule. The truth, slippery and submerged, never fully emerged. What remains certain is the shadow Phoenix cast. For the Vietnamese, it was another layer of suffering in a war already drenched in blood. For the United States, it was an experiment in control, in counterinsurgency, in the use of terror as a tool of policy. And for the CIA, it was both a proving ground and a scar, a demonstration of what could be done when secrecy shielded action, and a reminder of the ghosts such secrecy inevitably creates. In the villages of Vietnam, those ghosts linger still. They are heard in the rustle of bamboo at night, in the cries of children who remember soldiers bursting into their homes, in the memories of men and women who still bear scars on their bodies and their minds. The Phoenix program was not only about killing insurgents. It was about breaking the spirit of a people, about making resistance itself seem too dangerous to attempt. And yet, as history shows, the spirit of resistance is difficult to extinguish. The Viet Cong endured. The war dragged on. The bodies piled up, but the insurgency did not vanish. The Phoenix program demonstrated the cruelty of empire, but also its limits. Terror can silence, but it cannot forever erase the desire for freedom. The CIA learned lessons from Phoenix, carried them forward into other conflicts, refined them into doctrines of counterterrorism and covert warfare. The ghosts of Vietnam followed them into Central America, into the Middle East, into the drone wars of the 21st century. The logic remained the same: identify, neutralize, eliminate. But the shadows of the Phoenix program remind us of the cost, not only to those who are killed, but to the very fabric of society that is torn apart by suspicion, betrayal, and fear. And so Vietnam, like Iran, like Guatemala, like the Congo, became another thread in the tapestry of the Empire of Shadows. A war within a war, hidden beneath the more visible battles, but no less devastating. A program whose name, Phoenix, promised rebirth, yet delivered only ashes and ghosts. The Phoenix program existed in the shadows, but the shadows had a way of seeping outward, staining not only villages in Vietnam but also the political conscience of America itself. To understand Phoenix fully is to linger both in the jungles where it was carried out and in the quiet corridors of Washington where it was conceived, justified, and later denied. It is to hear not only the screams in interrogation chambers but also the careful bureaucratic language that sanitized those screams into words like interdiction and neutralization. For the Vietnamese caught in its grasp, Phoenix was not an abstract program. It was men arriving in the night, often accompanied by South Vietnamese soldiers or paramilitaries trained by American advisors. A door splintering under rifle butts. A family dragged into the dirt. A list of names read aloud, the accused pulled aside. Children clinging to their mothers, bewildered. Then the trucks, the blindfolds, the heavy boots receding into darkness. Those taken might never return. And if they did, they came back altered, bodies marked with bruises, voices broken into whispers, eyes haunted by what had been seen in interrogation chambers. One survivor, decades later, described his time in a Phoenix interrogation center in the Mekong Delta. He spoke of being suspended from the ceiling by his arms until his shoulders dislocated. He spoke of water poured over his face until he thought he had drowned 100 times in a single night. He remembered the hiss of electric wires, the smell of burning flesh, the taste of his own blood. They wanted names, he said simply. When I gave them none, they asked again, and again, until I no longer knew which names were mine, which names belonged to my neighbors, which names belonged to ghosts. Another testimony, this one from a woman whose husband was taken in 1970, carried a different kind of pain. She never saw him again. She searched for years, moving from one camp to another, one government office to another, always met with silence or denial. She raised her children alone, shunned by neighbors who feared association with a family marked as suspect. "The war did not end for us in 1975, she said. It never ended. It continues each time we remember, each time we are reminded that we are alone." Such stories rarely reached American ears during the war itself. For the United States, Phoenix was hidden behind euphemism and secrecy. The program was described to Congress as an anti-terror campaign, a necessary measure to dismantle the Viet Cong's underground government. Officials emphasized the intelligence side of the program, the dossiers, the interrogations, the bureaucratic structure, while downplaying or denying the killings and the torture. When rumors did surface, they were dismissed as enemy propaganda. Yet the truth has a way of seeping through cracks. By the late 1960s, journalists began to investigate. Reports appeared in American newspapers describing mass arrests, summary executions, villages terrorized in the name of counterinsurgency. Whistleblowers emerged, former advisors, disillusioned soldiers, even CIA operatives who could no longer stomach the silence. In 1971, a former Phoenix advisor named K. Barton Osborne testified before Congress, declaring that Phoenix was a sterile depersonalized murder program, where due process was non-existent and where the line between intelligence gathering and assassination had collapsed entirely. The hearings shocked many, though others dismissed them. Officials insisted Phoenix was misunderstood, that abuses were exceptions, that the goal had always been the neutralization of insurgents through lawful means. But Osborne's words echoed in the chamber, "I never knew an individual to be detained as a VC suspect who ever lived through an interrogation in a year and a half." His testimony tore a hole in the veil, and behind that hole glimpses of the program's true nature became visible. Still, the machinery rolled on. Bureaucracies have a momentum of their own, and once Phoenix was built, it demanded continuation. Records had to be filled. Numbers had to be met. The war itself became a ledger of bodies, with commanders reporting neutralizations as if reporting harvests, as if human lives could be measured in quotas and charts. By the time the program wound down in the early 1970s, tens of thousands had been killed, hundreds of thousands detained, and countless others scarred by the fear that they too might be marked by the invisible ink of suspicion. The strange irony of Phoenix was its failure even on its own terms. For all its brutality, it did not break the insurgency. The Viet Cong endured. The North Vietnamese continued to press forward. The war ground on until its bitter end in 1975, when Saigon fell and helicopters lifted desperate evacuees from rooftops. If Phoenix had been designed to crush resistance, it failed. But perhaps that was never truly the point. Perhaps its deeper purpose was to demonstrate to both allies and enemies the lengths to which the United States would go, the tools it was willing to use. Perhaps it was a rehearsal, a laboratory of terror whose lessons would echo in places far from Vietnam. Indeed, the echoes are unmistakable. The logic of Phoenix reappeared in Central America during the 1980s, where the CIA supported death squads in El Salvador and Guatemala, using intelligence networks to hunt suspected insurgents and their sympathizers. It reappeared in Colombia, where paramilitaries targeted union leaders and peasant organizers. It reappeared after September 11, in the global war on terror, where kill or capture lists became central to American policy, and where secret prisons and torture chambers re-emerged under different names but with the same purpose. The methods of Phoenix, surveillance, lists, targeted assassinations, outsourced violence, had become part of the permanent arsenal of empire. There is something almost ritualistic about the way these methods recur, as if the CIA carries with it not only strategies but incantations, whispered from one generation of operatives to the next. The names change, the theaters of war shift, but the underlying philosophy remains, that hidden enemies can be hunted, that societies can be broken through fear, that dossiers and informants can unravel the fabric of resistance. In Vietnam it was called Phoenix. Elsewhere it has had other names. But the ghosts are the same. And so Phoenix lingers, not only in history books but in the haunted memory of those who lived through it. In Vietnam, entire villages still carry the absence of men and women who never returned. Families bear scars in silence, sometimes unaware of the full truth of what happened to their loved ones. In America, veterans of Phoenix carry their own burdens, some confessing years later to actions they can neither forget nor forgive themselves for. The silence of official denials coexists with the noise of private nightmares. To speak of Phoenix is to enter a liminal space between the known and the unknowable. We have documents, testimonies, fragments of data. But we will never know the true number of those killed, the true extent of the torture, the full measure of the fear. Like all covert programs, Phoenix was designed to leave behind little evidence. Its victims lie mostly unnamed, their stories untold, their absence their only testimony. What remains is atmosphere, the sense of a shadow war within a larger war, of a system designed not just to kill but to terrify, not just to defeat enemies but to dissolve trust itself. To imagine life in a village under Phoenix is to imagine walking each day under an invisible net, unsure if one's name is written in some distant file, unsure if the next knock at the door will be the last. It is to live with a constant awareness of shadows moving in the night, shadows with dossiers, shadows with knives, shadows that can erase you not only from the present but from history itself. And so Phoenix becomes more than a program. It becomes a metaphor for empire itself, a vast machinery of files and whispers, operating in the dark, seeking not only to kill but to erase, to rewrite, to control. Its promise of rebirth was hollow. What it birthed was silence, trauma, ghosts. The phoenix does not rise from ashes here. It leaves ashes behind. Latin America in the latter half of the 20th century became a graveyard of dreams. From the plazas of Buenos Aires to the highlands of Guatemala, from the stadiums of Santiago to the jungles of El Salvador, the region was stalked by shadows. To outsiders, these shadows took the form of generals in mirrored sunglasses, of soldiers marching in lockstep, of parades where bayonets glittered under the sun. But behind the spectacle of order lay another world, one of basements and blindfolds, of whispers and betrayals, of lists drawn up by intelligence services, often with the guidance or blessing of the CIA. The term "dirty war" would later become shorthand for this era. Wars fought not against foreign armies but against one's own citizens, wars where the battlefield was the neighborhood, the workplace, the university, the very home. These were wars without formal declarations, without front lines, without victories that could be celebrated. Instead, they produced disappearances, silences, absences. They left behind not triumph but trauma. The roots of these dirty wars lay in the anxieties of empire. The United States, fresh from its bruising experience in Vietnam, looked southward with wary eyes. Latin America had long been considered its sphere of influence, but the Cold War made every strike, every election, every student movement feel like part of a larger global contest. Reformist governments that sought land redistribution or nationalization were viewed not as expressions of sovereignty but as beachheads of communism. A campesino carrying a red flag in a sugarcane field became, in the eyes of Washington, a soldier in an invisible army advancing toward Texas. And so the CIA, along with military advisors, economic pressures, and covert networks, moved to shape the region's destiny. Argentina became a laboratory of terror. In 1976, a military junta seized power, promising to restore order. The CIA had long cultivated ties with Argentine intelligence, sharing methods honed in Vietnam, in Guatemala, in Chile. Soon, an entire society was gripped by fear. Thousands were disappeared, seized from homes, buses, or workplaces, taken to clandestine detention centers where torture was routine. Mothers searched for their children in vain, gathering every Thursday in the Plaza de Mayo, holding photographs of the vanished. Their silent marches became a living indictment, though the state dismissed them as madwomen. In Chile, the shadow of September 1973 lengthened into decades. The CIA's fingerprints on the overthrow of Salvador Allende were by then well known, but less visible was its continued support for Augusto Pinochet's regime as it consolidated power. The secret police, the DINA, built a network of terror, aided by U.S. intelligence sharing. Dissidents were not only hunted at home but abroad, assassinated in Washington, Buenos Aires, and Rome. A Chilean diplomat, Orlando Letelier, was killed by a car bomb in the streets of Washington, D.C. in 1976, proof that the machinery of repression knew no borders, that the dirty war was global in reach. And then there was Operation Condor. Born in the mid-1970s, Condor was an intelligence-sharing pact among South American dictatorships, designed to track and eliminate dissidents across national boundaries. Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, and Brazil all participated. Files flowed between capitals, lists of names were exchanged, and safehouses became nodes in a continent-wide web of repression. The CIA knew of Condor, encouraged it, and in some ways facilitated it. Declassified documents show American officials discussing Condor in matter-of-fact tones, as if it were merely another bureaucratic initiative. Yet for the exiled dissidents who were kidnapped in Buenos Aires or gunned down in the streets of Europe, Condor was not an abstraction. It was a death sentence. Each country's dirty war had its own particular cruelty, its own rituals of fear. In Uruguay, a small nation known for its writers and musicians, the military transformed into one of the most repressive states in the world, imprisoning thousands, torturing with electricity, water, and isolation. In Guatemala, the dirty war stretched into genocide, with entire Mayan villages burned, their inhabitants slaughtered under the banner of anti-communism. In El Salvador, death squads patrolled the night, leaving bodies by the roadside as warnings. In Honduras, Battalion 316, trained by the CIA, became infamous for disappearances and torture. But despite their differences, these dirty wars shared a common logic. They treated political dissent as disease, society as a body to be cleansed, and repression as surgery. And always, behind the surgeon's mask, one could glimpse the faint outline of American power, the manuals written in English, the weapons stamped with U.S. markings, the intelligence passed from Langley to local generals. For the people who lived through it, the dirty war was not history but atmosphere. It was the silence when a neighbor vanished, the sudden vacancy of a chair in a classroom, the fear that one's own words might be overheard. It was the coded language of newspapers, the cautious glances in cafes, the sense that the state was everywhere and nowhere at once. For those in exile, it was the pain of distance, of watching from abroad as one's homeland became unrecognizable, as friends disappeared, as letters stopped coming. Even today, the ghosts linger. In Argentina, bodies are still being identified from mass graves. The children of the disappeared, some stolen and given to military families, are still searching for their true identities. In Chile, survivors testify about the torture centers, the music of Violeta Parra and Victor Jara Band, their voices silenced by bullets. In Guatemala, villages hold ceremonies for ancestors whose names were never recorded, whose deaths were denied by governments backed in Washington. The dirty wars were not accidents of history, nor were they merely local tragedies. They were part of a larger tapestry, a tapestry woven with Cold War fears, corporate interests, and imperial ambitions. To walk along this tapestry is to trace familiar threads: coups supported by the CIA, counterinsurgency strategies imported from Vietnam, manuals of interrogation translated and distributed, lists of names compiled in secret. It is to recognize that the dirty wars were not isolated aberrations but chapters in a continuing story, the story of empire in the shadows. And so Latin America became a vast theater where the doctrine of national security merged with the doctrine of American supremacy. Dictators were embraced so long as they aligned with Washington, no matter how bloody their hands. Democratic movements were crushed so long as they threatened economic interests or geopolitical strategy. The cost was measured not in dollars but in disappeared bodies, in broken families, in silences that endure to this day. The dirty wars may have ended, but their legacy persists, in scars, in memories, in institutions that learned the logic of repression and have not forgotten it. The ghosts remain restless, whispering through archives, through testimonies, through the cries of those still searching for truth. And the question lingers, heavy and unsettling, was Latin America a battleground of the Cold War, or was it a proving ground for something more permanent, something that continues to this day, wherever the shadows of empire fall? Argentina's descent into darkness in 1976 was at once sudden and gradual. The coup that overthrew Isabel Perón took only hours, but the apparatus that followed had been years in the making. For Washington, the junta was welcome. Declassified cables show U.S. officials describing the generals as pragmatic allies who could stabilize a country beset by strikes and student protests. Stability, in the Cold War lexicon, meant predictability, markets open to American companies, a government aligned with U.S. foreign policy, an army willing to suppress any whiff of Marxism. But for the people of Argentina, stability meant terror. In the months after the coup, thousands vanished. The euphemism was chilling, los desaparecidos, the disappeared. The very word erased them twice, first from life and then from language. Mothers and fathers searched hospitals, morgues, and police stations, only to be met with silence. Their children had not been arrested, officials said, they had simply disappeared. The disappeared were taken to clandestine centers, more than 300 across the country. Some were crude warehouses, others were converted schools or even naval facilities. The most infamous was ESMA, the Naval Mechanics School in Buenos Aires. Behind its gates, blindfolded prisoners were kept in chains, tortured for information, raped, humiliated. Many were drugged and loaded onto planes for the death flights, where they were thrown into the Atlantic Ocean, their bodies swallowed by waves, their names erased from registers. The CIA was not ignorant of these practices. Reports reached Washington. Yet the flow of military aid continued, and CIA officers maintained close contact with Argentine intelligence services, sometimes exchanging information about subversives. The cruelty of the junta was not indiscriminate. It was calculated, targeting activists, union leaders, journalists, students, even pregnant women whose babies were later stolen and given to families loyal to the regime. Terror was not collateral damage but strategy. The generals called it the Proceso de Reorganización Nacional, the process of national reorganization. Society itself was to be cleansed, reordered, purged of contamination. And behind this antiseptic language was the quiet support of the empire to the north. Chile's shadow overlapped with Argentina's. 3 years earlier, in 1973, the world had watched as the elected socialist President Salvador Allende died in La Moneda Palace, surrounded by smoke and gunfire, his government toppled in a coup supported by the CIA. The aftermath was not a restoration of democracy but the beginning of a long night under Augusto Pinochet. His regime transformed Chile into both an experiment in neoliberal economics and a theater of repression. The University of Chicago economists, the Chicago Boys, designed policies of privatization and deregulation, while the DINA, Pinochet's secret police, hunted dissent. The DINA's methods mirrored those of Argentina: disappearances, torture, exile. But Pinochet's ambitions stretched further. Dissidents who fled Chile were not safe abroad. The long arm of repression reached them in Buenos Aires, assassinated them in Europe, and, most dramatically, killed them in Washington, D.C. The 1976 car bombing that murdered Orlando Letelier, Allende's former defense minister, along with his colleague Ronnie Moffett, was a brazen act of international terrorism. The operation was planned by DINA and carried out with coordination across borders, Operation Condor in action, in the heart of the United States Capitol. The irony was bitter. A regime supported by Washington carried out a bombing on Washington streets. Operation Condor itself deserves close attention. Born in secret meetings in Santiago in 1975, it was more than an alliance. It was a continental conspiracy. Intelligence chiefs from Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, and later Brazil and Peru agreed to share data, to coordinate arrests, to eliminate opponents wherever they might hide. The program turned South America into a single battlefield of repression. An activist who fled Uruguay could be tracked in Buenos Aires, abducted by Argentine forces, tortured in Chile, and killed in Paraguay. Borders meant nothing. The Condor flew everywhere. The CIA knew of Condor almost from its inception. Declassified cables reveal that by 1976, U.S. intelligence agencies were fully aware of its scope. Reports described how Condor countries planned to send assassination teams abroad. One cable, written in matter-of-fact bureaucratic prose, warned that European cities might see targeted killings of exiled dissidents. Yet Washington did not confront the regimes. Instead, Condor was quietly tolerated, its architects seen as useful allies in the larger struggle against communism. In some cases, American officials even provided logistical support, offering communications equipment and training. The victims of Condor were not just statistics. They were poets, teachers, union organizers, mothers, students. They were men and women who dreamed of a different Latin America, one less bound to foreign corporations and military dictatorships. Their crime was vision. Their punishment was disappearance. To read the testimonies of survivors is to enter a world of systematic cruelty, electric shocks applied to genitals, beatings that left bones shattered, isolation in darkness for weeks, forced witnessing of the torture of loved ones. Yet even amid the horror, there was resistance. In Argentina, the mothers of the Plaza de Mayo began their silent marches in 1977, circling the square with white scarves, demanding answers. Their persistence became a symbol of defiance, a reminder that even terror could not erase memory. In Chile, underground networks preserved banned books, smuggled information abroad, and maintained a fragile lifeline of hope. International solidarity movements in Europe and North America began to pressure governments, documenting abuses, giving voice to the silenced. Still, the full scope of Condor remained hidden until the 1990s, when archives began to open. In Paraguay, the Archives of Terror were discovered in a police station, thousands of documents detailing kidnappings, torture, coordination among regimes. The papers confirmed what survivors had always known but what officials had long denied, that repression had been systematic, planned, and transnational, with the CIA's shadow never far from view. Even today, Operation Condor remains both history and presence. Trials continue in Argentina and Chile, where former generals are finally being held accountable. Families search for the remains of the disappeared, hoping to bury their dead with dignity. Memory sites, former torture centers turned into museums, remind new generations of what was done in the name of order, in the name of empire. But accountability is partial. The United States has never fully reckoned with its role. Some documents have been declassified, offering glimpses into the complicity, but many remain hidden. Officials speak of mistakes, of excesses, of the context of the Cold War. Rarely is there acknowledgement that the dirty wars were not accidents but outcomes, the result of deliberate policies, of choices made in Washington, of alliances with those willing to kill their own people in exchange for power. To meditate on Argentina, Chile, and Condor is to meditate on the logic of shadow warfare. It is to see how fear can be weaponized, how repression can be systematized, how empire can operate not only through overt invasions but through invisible networks of cooperation, surveillance, and silence. It is to hear the echoes of Vietnam, the lists, the informants, the interrogation methods, transplanted to another continent. It is to realize that the dirty wars were not anomalies but chapters in a longer saga, a saga of control maintained through shadows. And when one listens closely, one hears the whispers of continuity. The Condor's flight may have ended, but its legacy informed later campaigns. The model of transnational intelligence cooperation reappeared in the War on Terror, where extraordinary renditions and black sites mirrored the cross-border abductions of Latin America. The language of national security still justifies extraordinary measures, still cloaks repression in the rhetoric of necessity. The dirty wars left millions scarred, not only those who endured torture or exile but entire societies taught to fear, to distrust, to silence themselves. In Argentina, neighbors still recall the sound of trucks at night, the hurried footsteps on staircases, the sudden emptiness of homes. In Chile, entire generations grew up under censorship, learning to speak in codes, to mistrust authority. The ghosts walk among the living, shaping politics, culture, memory. And so, when we look at the Plaza de Mayo, when we walk through the corridors of ESMA, when we read the names etched on memorials in Santiago, we are not only witnessing the past. We are standing in the presence of empire's shadow, a shadow that stretches still. The condor has not vanished. It has only changed its wings. Central America in the late 20th century was a crucible of fire. The isthmus, narrow and fragile, became one of the fiercest battlegrounds of the Cold War. It was a land where empires met villages, where revolutionary dreams collided with helicopters supplied by Washington, where theology itself was split between liberation and obedience. In this small region, the CIA and its allies refined methods of control that had been rehearsed in Guatemala, Chile, and Argentina, giving them a new intensity under the shadow of the Reagan years. El Salvador burned the brightest. From 1979 to the early 1990s, the country was consumed by a civil war that killed over 75,000 people. Officially, it was framed as a war between a communist insurgency and a democratically elected government. In truth, it was a war of the state, armed, funded, and advised by the United States, against its own population. The enemy was not only guerrilla fighters but also peasants demanding land, workers striking for rights, students marching for dignity, priests speaking of liberation. For the Salvadoran elite, and for Washington, all were suspect. The death squads became the emblem of this war. Night after night, their unmarked vehicles prowled the streets. Their members, often trained officers, sometimes plainclothes soldiers, sometimes paramilitaries schooled in U.S. bases, carried lists of names. They entered homes, dragged people out, executed them in front of families, or left their bodies in ditches as warnings. The assassinations were not hidden, they were staged to instill fear. The message was simple: dissent is death. One of the most infamous assassinations was that of Archbishop Oscar Romero in 1980. Romero had begun as a conservative cleric, cautious and apolitical. But as he witnessed the killings of his parishioners, he transformed, preaching from the pulpit against repression. His final homily, broadcast on the radio, begged soldiers to obey God's law rather than unjust orders. The next day, as he said Mass in a small chapel, a sniper's bullet struck him through the heart. His blood stained the altar cloth, a martyrdom that galvanized the poor and horrified the world. Washington continued its aid to El Salvador. The massacre at El Mozote the following year revealed the true scale of the violence. An elite battalion of the Salvadoran army, trained and equipped by the United States, surrounded the village. Over several days, they executed more than 800 civilians, men, women, children, accusing them of aiding guerrillas. Women were raped, houses burned, bodies buried in shallow pits. The U.S. Embassy denied the reports at first. American journalists who investigated were smeared as propagandists. Only years later did forensic teams confirm the horror, unearthing bones of children still clutching toys. And yet the war continued. Billions of dollars flowed from Washington to San Salvador, funneled into weapons, helicopters, and training programs. American advisors sat in military headquarters, shaping strategy. CIA officers coordinated intelligence networks, helping to build the infrastructure of repression. In Congress, debates raged, but the logic of containment prevailed. Better to back a brutal ally than risk another Cuba. Nicaragua offered a different stage, but the same actors. In 1979, the Sandinista revolution overthrew Anastasio Somoza, a dictator long supported by the United States. For Washington, the fall of Somoza was a humiliation, a reminder that even entrenched regimes could be toppled by popular uprising. The Sandinistas promised land reform, literacy campaigns, healthcare, a socialist experiment on America's doorstep. For the Reagan administration, it was intolerable. Thus the Contras were born. Former National Guardsmen, exiles, mercenaries, and opportunists were armed and trained by the CIA to wage war against the new Nicaraguan government. Their bases sprawled along the Honduran border, supplied with American funds, their operations coordinated from Langley. The Contras waged not only military attacks but terror campaigns, assassinating teachers, bombing health clinics, burning cooperatives, sowing fear in the countryside. Villages that had once celebrated literacy brigades now cowered under the threat of raids. The war in Nicaragua became a scandal in the United States. Congress, wary of another Vietnam, cut off funding for the Contras. But the CIA and the White House found ways around restrictions, channeling money through covert arms sales to Iran, laundering funds through shadowy networks. The Iran-Contra affair revealed the extent to which the machinery of empire operated beyond oversight, weaving a web of deception that stretched from Central America to the Middle East. For the Nicaraguans, the consequences were immediate: years of war, tens of thousands dead, a society exhausted by violence. Threaded through both El Salvador and Nicaragua was a school, not in San Salvador or Managua, but in Fort Benning, Georgia. The School of the Americas, later rebranded under a new name, was the training ground for Latin America's soldiers and officers. Its curriculum included counterinsurgency, intelligence, psychological operations, interrogation. Manuals produced by the CIA and the Pentagon emphasized control, infiltration, and, in some cases, techniques that bordered on, or explicitly described, torture. Graduates of the School of the Americas would return to their countries to lead death squads, command battalions, and preside over massacres. From El Salvador's Atlacatal Battalion to Guatemala's Cables, from Honduran paramilitaries to Colombian units, the alumni of this school formed a brotherhood of repression. To walk through Central America in the 1980s was to encounter its graduates everywhere, wearing different uniforms but practicing the same doctrine: eliminate dissent, preserve order, secure the interests of Washington. For the peasants of El Salvador, the teachers of Nicaragua, the indigenous communities of Guatemala, the School of the Americas was not an abstract institution. It was embodied in the men who came to their villages with guns, who interrogated them in barracks, who left bodies by the roadside. The school's shadow stretched across borders, across decades. It was not a place of learning but a factory of fear, a conveyor belt that transformed young officers into instruments of empire. And yet, amid the horror, seeds of resistance grew. The Salvadoran poor, though decimated, continued to organize. Priests and nuns sheltered the persecuted, even when they too were targeted, as in 1989, when 6 Jesuit priests, their housekeeper, and her daughter were murdered by soldiers. In Nicaragua, despite the Contras, literacy campaigns spread knowledge, art flourished, and solidarity movements abroad rallied in defense of the Sandinistas. Across the hemisphere, activists called for an end to U.S. intervention, building networks of sanctuary, protest, and memory. But the scars remained. Central America was left fractured, its societies traumatized, its democracies fragile. The legacy of U.S. involvement, of the CIA's covert wars, of the School of the Americas graduates, continues to shape the region. Violence persists, woven into the fabric of politics and organized crime. Migration flows northward, driven not only by poverty but by the echoes of wars that were never fully resolved. To meditate on Central America's dirty wars is to enter a labyrinth of blood and ideology, of sermons and massacres, of villages destroyed and dreams deferred. It is to see how a small region became the testing ground for methods of counterinsurgency that would later resurface elsewhere. It is to recognize that the School of the Americas was not merely a building in Georgia but a portal, a place where empire taught its disciples how to cloak terror in the language of security. And so the isthmus remains haunted. Haunted by the voices of El Mozote's children. Haunted by Romero's last words. Haunted by the faces of Nicaraguans who learned to read under candlelight while bombs fell in the distance. Haunted by the manuals stamped with the seal of the CIA, instructing in the art of silence. Central America's wars may have ended, but their ghosts still walk. The war in El Salvador unfolded not only in the mountains and villages but also in the urban centers where fear became routine. People learned to avoid certain streets, certain neighborhoods, to lower their voices in cafes, to distrust even longtime friends. A whispered criticism of the military, a careless remark about land reform, could find its way into the ears of an informer. The Salvadoran intelligence services, trained and advised by the CIA, kept lists of suspected sympathizers. The knock at the door could come at any hour, and once taken, the accused rarely returned. Families developed rituals of survival. Some hid identity cards under floorboards. Some memorized phone numbers of lawyers or priests who might intervene if a loved one was arrested. Mothers taught their children how to respond if questioned, to say they knew nothing, to avoid looking afraid, to never speak of family members involved in unions or church groups. This quiet pedagogy of survival became part of daily life, shaping childhood itself. The cruelty of the death squads was theatrical. Bodies were often left in public spaces, riddled with bullets, sometimes mutilated, as warnings. Their violence was not meant to be hidden but to be seen. Graffiti appeared on walls reading, "Be a patriot, kill a communist." The boundary between military, police, and paramilitary blurred until it vanished. Soldiers could become death squad members at night, paramilitaries could be sheltered by police. And behind them, American advisors supplied intelligence and training, ensuring that repression was not chaotic but systematic. The CIA's role in El Salvador was both direct and indirect. Declassified cables reveal regular reports on insurgent activities, coordination with Salvadoran intelligence, and approval of counterinsurgency strategies. U.S. funds, channeled through military aid packages, paid for helicopters, radios, weapons, and salaries. Even when evidence of atrocities reached Washington, such as the assassination of 4 American churchwomen in 1980 by Salvadoran National Guardsmen, aid continued. The logic of the Cold War demanded it. To stop funding would be to risk a leftist victory, another Cuba. The shadow of theology runs through El Salvador's war. The rise of liberation theology, a current within the Catholic Church that emphasized the liberation of the poor, that read the gospel through the lens of justice, made priests and nuns natural targets. They were accused of spreading subversion simply by teaching peasants to read the Bible with new eyes. The 1989 massacre of 6 Jesuit priests at the University of Central America was a symbolic strike. Intellectuals, educators, priests, silenced by bullets in their residence. The killers left their bodies sprawled, the message unmistakable. Knowledge, when aligned with justice, was dangerous. Romero's assassination years earlier had already marked a turning point. His voice, calm and unwavering, had carried across the country. When he begged soldiers to refuse unjust orders, he spoke a truth so threatening that the state silenced him. Yet his words outlived him. In villages and refugee camps, peasants repeated his homilies by memory. His name became prayer, his death became symbol. Even as Washington dismissed his murder as unfortunate, Salvadorans knew they had witnessed martyrdom. Meanwhile in Nicaragua, the war unfolded with a different rhythm. The Sandinistas had triumphed in 1979 with extraordinary popular support. Crowds filled Managua, jubilant, waving red and black flags, celebrating the end of Somoza's dynasty. The revolution's early years were filled with experiments in mass literacy, in health brigades, in land reform. Young brigadistas traveled into rural communities with chalk and blackboards, teaching peasants to read and write. Doctors carried vaccines to villages long neglected. There was a sense of rebirth, of possibility. But across the border in Honduras, in camps supplied by the CIA, the Contras prepared. Their raids targeted precisely the gains of the revolution: schools, health posts, cooperatives. Teachers were killed, medical trucks ambushed, literacy centers burned. The Contras sought not only to weaken the Sandinistas militarily but to unravel their social fabric, to make the population afraid of participating in the revolution's projects. Washington's support was clear. CIA manuals instructed the Contras on psychological operations, on selective violence, on propaganda. One manual even suggested assassinating officials to sow fear. The Reagan administration spoke of the Contras as freedom fighters, casting them as noble insurgents struggling against tyranny. The rhetoric inverted reality. The Sandinistas had come to power through a popular uprising against a dictator propped up by the United States. The Contras were former members of that dictator's guard, rebranded, armed, and unleashed upon their own people. It was empire's mirror trick, calling terror freedom, calling subversion democracy. The war bled Nicaragua for a decade. Villages lived in constant fear of attacks. Farmers planted crops knowing they might be burned. Parents sent children to school knowing they might not return. The sound of helicopters overhead carried not reassurance but dread. In the capital, ration lines grew longer, sanctions tightened, the economy faltered under siege. Yet amid the hardship, art and music flourished. Murals appeared on walls, bright with revolutionary imagery. Songs carried the spirit of resistance. The war was not only fought with guns but with memory, culture, and imagination. The School of the Americas sat at the center of this region's nightmare like a silent architect. Its grounds in Fort Benning, Georgia, were pristine, with neat lawns and classrooms. But within those classrooms, officers learned counterinsurgency doctrines that blurred the line between combat and repression. Manuals later declassified revealed instruction in coercive interrogation, surveillance of civilian populations, and methods of breaking resistance movements. Thousands of Latin American soldiers passed through its halls. Their names appear again and again in reports of atrocities. In El Salvador, graduates commanded units responsible for massacres. In Nicaragua, they trained the Contras in sabotage. In Honduras, they formed Battalion 316, notorious for kidnappings and torture. In Guatemala, they directed campaigns that exterminated entire indigenous communities. To survivors, the school was not abstract but intimate. Its graduates were the men who beat them, who threatened them, who left their families buried in shallow graves. And yet the school was defended as a benign institution, a place of professional military education. Critics were dismissed as naive, accused of failing to grasp the necessities of security. For decades, activists in the United States protested outside its gates, reading the names of the dead, demanding its closure. Inside, the lectures continued, training generation after generation in the art of empire's shadow war. The legacy of these conflicts is measured not only in numbers, though the numbers are staggering, but in memory. In El Salvador, survivors still search for the bones of children killed at El Mozote, still demand accountability from those who ordered the massacre. In Nicaragua, the scars of the Contra War linger in the fractured politics, in the mistrust, in the knowledge that dreams of revolution were strangled in blood. Across the region, the School of the Americas remains a symbol of complicity, a reminder that the violence was not simply local but transnational, directed and sustained by forces beyond. To sit with these histories is to sit with ghosts. The ghost of Romero's voice, echoing from the pulpit. The ghost of children learning to write their names before soldiers set fire to their school. The ghost of campesinos buried in unmarked graves, remembered by mothers who still carry photographs decades later. The ghost of manuals stamped, United States Army, carried into jungles and villages where their instructions were enacted in blood. And yet, as in Argentina and Chile, memory became resistance. The mothers of El Salvador, the survivors of El Mozote, the Nicaraguan poets who continued to write amid war, all insisted that silence was not acceptable. Their persistence carved cracks in the wall of denial. Their voices carried across oceans, awakening solidarity movements abroad. The sanctuary movement in the United States, which sheltered Central American refugees in churches, was one such echo, a refusal to let the empire's violence remain invisible. The wars eventually ended. Peace accords were signed. Elections were held. But peace was fragile, incomplete. The structures of inequality that had fueled rebellion remained. The trauma of massacres and disappearances remained. Many of the perpetrators were never punished, shielded by amnesty laws or political deals. The United States never faced reckoning for its role, never admitted fully what it had done. The shadow remained unbroken. And so Central America continues to send its people northward, fleeing poverty, fleeing violence that is not only criminal but historical, rooted in the scars of war. Migrant caravans walk highways carrying not only belongings but the weight of the past. The ghosts march with them, unacknowledged yet undeniable. To meditate on El Salvador, Nicaragua, and the School of the Americas is to recognize how empire's methods evolve but endure. It is to see how a small region became a proving ground for doctrines that would reappear later in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in drone warfare, in black sites. It is to hear the low hum of continuity, the same manuals, the same rhetoric, the same willingness to sacrifice human lives at the altar of geopolitics. Central America's story is not over. It reverberates in the present, in the struggles for justice, in the chants of protesters who demand truth, in the prayers of mothers who will not stop searching. The CIA's wars in the region may be officially closed, but their aftershocks ripple still. The shadows lengthen. The ghosts remain. The School of the Americas stands as monument and warning, that empire educates not only in classrooms but in blood, and that its lessons, once taught, are not easily forgotten. Afghanistan has been called the graveyard of empires, and yet it is less a graveyard than a crossroads where empires bury themselves. The mountains hold the bones of invaders from Alexander's phalanxes to the British regiments of the Raj, from Soviet armored columns to American Humvees. But the soil is not passive, it absorbs and remembers. Every campaign leaves behind ruins, every foreign ambition lingers like dust in the valleys, every shadow war inscribes its lessons onto the land. And in the 20th century, no land would become more entangled with the CIA's machinery than Afghanistan. The story begins not in 2001, when American bombs fell on Kabul, but in the late 1970s, when a fragile revolution sought to remake the country. The People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan, inspired by Marxist ideals, had seized power in 1978. Their reforms, land redistribution, women's education, attempts to modernize tribal structures, threatened traditional elites and unsettled the balance of the Cold War. Within months, resistance grew in the countryside. Mullahs preached jihad against godless communists, landlords roused their tenants. The government responded with brutal repression, fueling more rebellion. By 1979, the Soviet Union intervened, sending troops to stabilize its client regime. It was here that the CIA saw opportunity. Afghanistan could become the Soviet Union's Vietnam, a place where Moscow would bleed, where empire would exhaust itself. Operation Cyclone was born, one of the most expensive covert programs in CIA history. Billions of dollars flowed into Pakistan, where the Inter-Services Intelligence Agency, the ISI, became the funnel through which weapons, money, and training reached the Afghan Mujahideen. Stinger missiles, AK-47s, explosives, manuals translated into Pashto, all were distributed. Recruitment drew in not only Afghans but foreign fighters from across the Muslim world. A young man from Saudi Arabia named Osama bin Laden arrived, bringing money and zeal. The CIA framed this as liberation, as support for freedom fighters resisting Soviet tyranny. American politicians posed with turbans and rifles, celebrating the courage of men they could neither pronounce nor truly understand. But on the ground, the war was a crucible of brutality. Villages were bombed into rubble by Soviet aircraft. Mines disguised as toys littered fields, maiming children. The Mujahideen, fractured into rival factions, fought not only against the Soviets but against one another, committing atrocities, assassinating teachers, burning schools for girls. The CIA did not discriminate. Any faction that fought the Soviets was worthy of arms. When the Soviets finally withdrew in 1989, the war did not end. The CIA claimed victory, the bear had been bloodied, the Cold War tilted. Yet Afghanistan itself was left shattered. The factions turned their guns on each other. Kabul became a battlefield of rockets, neighborhoods reduced to rubble. Out of this chaos rose the Taliban, a movement promising order, purity, Islamic rule. They swept through the country in the 1990s, welcomed by war-weary villagers who longed for stability, even if it meant harshness. Women were veiled and confined, music was silenced, dissent crushed. In the shadows, another force grew. Bin Laden, nurtured in the crucible of the CIA's war, built Al-Qaeda. From Afghan soil, he planned attacks that would reach New York and Washington. When the towers fell on September 11, 2001, the United States turned back to Afghanistan, this time not as a proxy battlefield but as a direct theater of war. The CIA's fingerprints were on both moments, the arming of the jihad against the Soviets, and the hunt for those jihadist successors. The early months of the U.S. invasion were swift. The Taliban collapsed under bombing and Northern Alliance advances. The CIA returned to Afghanistan not only as analysts but as warriors. Paramilitary officers entered with suitcases of cash, buying loyalties, directing airstrikes. The war was sold as just, as necessary, as defense against terror. But as years turned into decades, the war stretched like a shadow across time. Villages were raided in the night by special forces guided by CIA intelligence. Men were hooded, taken to black sites. Drones buzzed constantly above the skies, invisible but audible, their hum a reminder of surveillance, their missiles capable of striking without warning. Weddings, funerals, gatherings, all could become targets if intelligence suggested a suspect might be present. Civilians were killed by the thousands, yet always classified as collateral damage. The language of empire remained clinical, detached, even as families dug in the rubble for children's bodies. The Phoenix program of Vietnam found its echo in Afghanistan. The logic of identifying, tracking, and eliminating insurgent networks reappeared. Databases were built, biometric scans taken of entire villages. The CIA, alongside military commands, sought to map the insurgency not as an army but as a web of individuals to be neutralized. Each raid, each strike, was justified as eliminating high-value targets. Yet the insurgency persisted, regenerated, multiplied. For every fighter killed, resentment created two more. The heroin trade flourished in the shadows. Afghanistan's poppy field supplied the world's opium. Warlords allied with the CIA were often enmeshed in the trade, but their crimes were overlooked so long as they served the war effort. Planes flew in weapons and flew out drugs. The machinery of covert war blurred with the machinery of crime. For villagers, the sight of armed men with CIA backing was inseparable from the narcotics that poisoned communities. Year after year, promises were made: democracy, reconstruction, a better future. Elections were held, but corruption ran deep. Puppet governments rose and fell, often more accountable to Washington than to their people. Billions in aid were siphoned away. Schools and clinics were built for photographs, then abandoned. The war became routine, background noise in American politics, yet in Afghanistan it was never background, it was daily life, daily death. By the 2010s, the war had become the longest in American history. Generations of Afghan children knew nothing but occupation. Entire families migrated to cities or abroad, carrying stories of drones, of raids, of missing fathers. The Taliban, far from destroyed, resurged, adapting, embedding in rural society. The CIA continued its operations, running militias, directing drone strikes, sustaining the war's undercurrent of secrecy. And then, in 2021, it ended, not with victory, but with collapse. The United States withdrew, its allies scrambling for planes at Kabul airport, its promises evaporating in the dust. The Taliban returned, walking once more into the presidential palace. The longest war closed in humiliation, its trillions spent, its tens of thousands dead, its legacy a void. Yet for the CIA, Afghanistan remains both triumph and trauma. Triumph, because the 1980s war against the Soviets is still celebrated in corridors of Langley as a masterstroke of covert action. Trauma, because the post-2001 war revealed the futility of empire's illusions, the inability to remake a nation through bombs and proxies. Afghanistan, graveyard of empires, claimed yet another. To meditate on this history is to feel the rhythm of repetition. The CIA armed men who became enemies. It fought wars that produced new wars. It pursued control in a land that defied control. The mountains remained indifferent, silent witnesses to empire's hubris. The rivers flowed as they always had. Children played among ruins, their laughter eerie against the backdrop of destruction. The land endured, while the empires passed. Afghanistan is not only the longest war in American history. It is also a mirror, reflecting the permanence of empire's shadow, the willingness to intervene, to kill, to sacrifice lives in the name of geopolitics. It is a mirror showing the futility of power, the endless cycle of intervention and withdrawal. And it is a reminder that the machinery of the CIA is not bound by time, but by logic, a logic that will search for the next battlefield, the next proxy, the next shadow to chase. Operation Cyclone did not begin with guns but with memos. In 1979, before the Soviet tanks even crossed into Afghanistan, the Carter administration had already begun funneling covert aid to anti-communist insurgents. Zbigniew Brzezinski, Carter's national security advisor, saw in Afghanistan an opportunity to bait Moscow into its own Vietnam. His vision was ruthless in its clarity. If the Soviets could be lured into a quagmire, if their resources could be drained, if their morale could be broken, then the Cold War could tip irreversibly. Afghanistan, a remote land of deserts and mountains, would become the chosen arena for Empire's duel. The CIA embraced the mission. Billions were allocated over the next decade, channeled through Pakistan's ISI. Washington trusted the ISI as middleman, but the ISI had its own agenda. It favored the most Islamist, most hardline factions of the Mujahideen, sidelining more moderate or nationalist groups. The CIA did not object. Ideology mattered less than effectiveness against the Soviets. Thus men like Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, notorious for acid attacks on women and brutal purges, became major recipients of U.S. arms. The logic was simple: so long as a man bled Soviets, he was useful. The weapons came in torrents. Stinger missiles, capable of bringing down Soviet helicopters, became legendary. Explosives, rifles, ammunition, entire arsenals passed through the tribal areas. The training camps became hubs not only for Afghans but for volunteers from across the Muslim world. Young men arrived from Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Algeria, Yemen, drawn by the call of jihad. They found themselves in camps funded by the CIA, instructed by Pakistani trainers, armed with American weapons. Among them was Osama bin Laden, who brought money, connections, and fervor. He helped establish networks that would later morph into Al-Qaeda. At the time, he was a footnote in Langley's reports, another useful zealot in the great chess game. Brzezinski himself traveled to the Afghan frontier in 1979, posing for photographs with fighters. Standing on the border, he declared, "Your cause is right. God is on your side." His words captured the paradox of empire, secular technocrats in Washington invoking divine struggle to justify geopolitical maneuvers. To Afghans, the weapons meant survival. To the CIA, the Mujahideen were pieces on a board. To Brzezinski, Afghanistan was a pawn sacrificed to checkmate the Soviet king. The Soviet withdrawal in 1989 was hailed as a CIA triumph. At Langley, Operation Cyclone was celebrated as one of the greatest successes in the agency's history. The Soviets, like the Americans in Vietnam, had been humbled by guerrillas. Yet in Afghanistan itself, the war left nothing resembling victory. Millions were dead, millions more displaced. Entire provinces were scarred by bombing, mined fields, shattered infrastructures. The U.S. declared its mission complete and walked away. Into the vacuum poured chaos, warlordism, civil war. The CIA had won the Cold War battle but sown the seeds of the next global conflict. When Al-Qaeda struck in 2001, the irony was bitter. Fighters once armed by the CIA had turned their fury on their former patron. Afghanistan, once a pawn, became the center of a new war. This time, the CIA did not arm proxies. It entered directly, hand in glove with U.S. military power. But its methods remained familiar: clandestine raids, covert prisons, secret militias. The CIA's network of black sites spread across the globe, but Afghanistan became one of its key nodes. The notorious Salt Pit, a secret prison near Kabul, housed detainees in darkness and isolation. Prisoners were stripped, shackled, left in freezing cells. Some died from neglect, from exposure, from despair. Information extracted under torture was funneled into databases, often of dubious accuracy, but still used to justify further raids. The shadow of Vietnam's Phoenix program returned here, in new form: the systematic identification, detention, and elimination of suspected insurgents, often with scant regard for evidence. Drones gave the program a new face. At first experimental, then routine, drones hovered above Afghan skies like mechanical birds of prey. They made war both intimate and distant: intimate for those on the ground, who lived beneath the constant hum, who never knew when a missile might fall; distant for operators in Nevada or Virginia, who watched black and white footage of villages thousands of miles away. The CIA embraced drones as tools of precision, yet their strikes often blurred the line between combatant and civilian. Weddings, funerals, gatherings were struck, killing dozens at once. Reports labeled the dead as militants by default, a bureaucratic sleight of hand that concealed the scale of civilian loss. To villagers, the drones were gods of arbitrary wrath. Children drew their shapes in notebooks. Families hesitated to gather in large groups, fearing they might be mistaken for insurgents. The psychological toll was immense, a quiet terror woven into daily life. The CIA spoke of surgical strikes, Afghans spoke of invisible death. The Phoenix program's echoes grew sharper with each passing year. In Vietnam, the aim had been to dismantle the Viet Cong infrastructure through targeted assassinations, mass detentions, and informant networks. In Afghanistan, the same logic prevailed: identify the insurgent web, neutralize it node by node. Biometric databases recorded fingerprints and iris scans of entire villages. Night raids became ritual: doors kicked in at 2 a.m., men dragged from beds, families terrorized. Some were guilty, many were not. But the logic was not justice, it was disruption, intimidation, control. The heroin trade wove itself into this shadow war. Afghanistan's poppy field supplied the majority of the world's opium. Warlords allied with the CIA often had deep ties to the trade. Commanders in provinces like Helmand and Kandahar taxed the poppy harvest, smuggled heroin, and used profits to sustain their militias. The CIA, focused on counterterrorism, looked the other way. Better a drug lord who killed Taliban than a purist who resisted. Planes that delivered weapons left loaded with narcotics. Addiction spread through neighboring countries, even into the West, a hidden consequence of empire's bargains. For Afghans, the distinction between ally and criminal blurred. The same men who shook hands with CIA officers by day trafficked heroin by night. The war economy entrenched itself, rewarding those who could command violence. Ordinary villagers saw no justice, only shifting alliances of armed men. By the time the United States withdrew in 2021, the war had lasted 2 decades. A child born at its start had grown to adulthood knowing nothing else. The CIA left behind not victory but an inheritance of trauma, drone-shy villages, fractured families, a society where suspicion and grief had become constants. Operation Cyclone's ghosts lingered still. The jihadists it had armed decades earlier were not defeated but transformed, metastasized into networks spanning continents. The agency had fought its longest war, and yet in the end, Afghanistan returned to where it began, under the rule of the Taliban. The graveyard of empires had claimed another. Yet the CIA would not see it as burial. For Langley, Afghanistan was another chapter in a longer book, a book without end, where defeats are reframed as lessons, where every failure becomes preparation for the next intervention. The shadows stretch forward, seeking the next frontier. In the end, when one steps back from the map, when the threads of Guatemala and Congo, Chile and Indonesia, Vietnam and El Salvador, Nicaragua and Afghanistan are all laid together, the pattern reveals itself not as a sequence of accidents, not as scattered tragedies, but as design. The coups, the assassinations, the proxy wars, the occupations, all are woven into a single tapestry of shadows. The CIA did not merely intervene in the 20th century, it became the century's hidden author, scripting events that entire nations were compelled to live. The names change, the countries shift, the banners of ideology flutter in different colors, but the rhythm remains. A leader seeks independence from Washington's orbit, he is branded a threat, and soon whispers become plots, plots become coups, coups become deaths. A movement rises from the people, demanding dignity, land, sovereignty. It is labeled communist, terrorist, extremist. Funds are channeled, weapons delivered, militias trained. The people find themselves crushed not by distant enemies but by their own neighbors, armed and guided by invisible hands. And when the dust settles, the CIA steps back into shadow, its role half denied, half boasted, its archives sealed until long after the graves are filled. It is tempting to believe these were the excesses of the Cold War, temporary distortions of a particular age. Yet history resists this comfort. After the Cold War ended, after the Soviet flag was lowered for the last time, the machinery did not stop. It simply recalibrated. Where once the enemy was communism, now it became terrorism. Where once coups were justified to prevent Moscow's influence, now they were justified to spread democracy, to wage the endless war on terror. The shadows adapted, but they did not dissolve. The Phoenix program's logic lived on in Afghanistan's night raids and Iraq's counterinsurgency campaigns. The drone war extended it further, making assassination perpetual, global, remote. Leaders no longer needed to fall by bullets in the street or bombs in their cars. They could be incinerated silently, anonymously, thousands of miles away. The world itself became the battlefield, the shadows globalized. And yet beneath the drones, beneath the coups, beneath the shifting rhetoric, the essence remained the same, the defense of empire. The CIA is not an aberration but an instrument, a manifestation of the deeper currents of power. It is empire speaking through whispers, empire moving through shadows, empire refusing to admit it is empire at all. The cost is measured not only in deaths but in silences. In Chile, the silence of voices that might have reshaped a continent. In Indonesia, the silence of 1 million ghosts whose names will never be known. In El Salvador, the silence of villages left in ashes. In Afghanistan, the silence of drone-struck families digging for bodies. The silence spreads like fog, erasing possibilities, erasing futures. It is in this silence that empire finds its true victory, not in triumphal parades, not in speeches, but in the absence of what might have been. To meditate on this history is to confront an uncomfortable truth, that the machinery is eternal because it is not bound to names or agencies. The CIA is a vessel, but behind it is a system, a logic, a permanence. Empires rise and fall, but the shadow work endures. The Romans called it dominion, the British called it rule, the Americans call it security. The label changes, the machinery does not. And so the eternal empire of shadows persists, patient, adaptive. Its coups are written in quiet rooms, its assassinations planned in files stamped classified, its wars fought in ways that can be denied, deflected, disguised. It leaves no monuments, no arches of victory, only ruins, only memories, only ghosts. But perhaps the most unsettling truth is this, that for those who live within the empire's core, the shadows are invisible. The machinery hums quietly, out of sight, while daily life proceeds undisturbed. The victims are always elsewhere, in Santiago, in Jakarta, in Kabul. The shadows lengthen outward, never inward. And yet the ghosts do not remain confined. They whisper back across oceans. They live in migrant caravans, in refugee camps, in the fractured politics of nations remade by coups and wars. They live in the trauma passed down generations, in the mistrust of governments, in the memory of disappearances. They live in the questions that refuse to be silenced. Who decided? Who ordered? Who benefits? There is no neat conclusion to this story, no final page where the shadows dissipate. The empire is eternal not because it is invincible but because it is adaptive, because it thrives in denial, because it hides in plain sight. To recognize it is already to step into the unsettling truth that it is ongoing, now, everywhere. And so we end not with closure but with awareness. The coups and assassinations of the past are not past, they are precedents, rehearsals, templates. The next intervention is already being planned. The next proxy is already being armed. The next shadow war is already underway, somewhere in the margins of the news. The eternal empire of shadows endures, whispering across decades, across continents, across lives. Its monuments are invisible, its archives sealed, its agents nameless. But its presence is felt in every silence, in every absence, in every ghost. And perhaps that is the most haunting truth, that in a world shaped by shadows, we are all, in some way, already living within its empire.